shuttle has cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation will begin in 5 minutes. gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation is about to begin.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here this morning, and welcome to Canada's Farm Show Launchpad, presented by Ag Expert. This is the biggest stage for the best in agriculture, and we're thrilled that you could join us here this morning. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are on Treaty 4 territory, the original lands of the Cree, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. If you were here yesterday or on day one, then welcome back. My name is Sherilyn Jolly-Nagel. I will be your host for all the shenanigans here on this stage. A little bit about me. I farm with my family southwest of Moose Jaw, about 45 miles, in a small town of Mossbank, so about 2 hours from the show here. Don't go for a farm tour. On our farm, we grow sometimes chickpeas, but lentils always. We grow durum wheat, and we grow canola. My husband and I are raising 2 tractor driving, gunslinging, dirt bike riding teenage daughters, and we're having a blast raising them on the farm right here in Saskatchewan. We're really proud to say that. I'm also a speaker on agriculture-related topics, and for the past 20 years, I've tried my best to advance policy issues in the areas of transportation and trade and technology, and of course, public trust, right here in Canada and around the globe. I'm the host of Farm Show TV, and you can catch all of those episodes online at canadasfarmshow.com. And I'm pleased to also be today's moderator for our next upcoming session. I encourage you all throughout the day to pop in and say hello. We have an incredible lineup of speakers and panels and ag talks for you throughout the day, right until 4 o'clock, so come on back. During the sessions, there will be time for questions, so there's microphones sitting next to you in the aisles, so please don't be shy. We'd be happy to hear from you. Today at the Farm Show is Collaboration Day. There are 3 pillars to Canada's Farm Show: innovation, education, and collaboration, and today we celebrate collaboration. We have a stellar lineup of speakers that will showcase collaboration throughout the industry. One change to our schedule today, if you've been following along on the app or in the program, due to unforeseen circumstances, our keynote speaker, Karen Proud, from Fertilizer Canada, will not be able to attend this afternoon. So in her place at 1 p.m. is Dan Aberhart, president of Aberhart Ag Solutions, entrepreneur, innovator, and all-around great guy. You don't want to miss his presentation. It's an interactive session titled How to Measure Your Success in 2022. It'll be a very lively discussion, and we hope you can join us. We also have a new product launch, some great ag talks, and to start off the day, we are going to tackle one of my favorite policy topics, transportation. It's time for me to welcome to the stage 3 of our panelists on transportation in agriculture. First up, we have David Shednowick, Assistant Vice President of Grain from CN Rail. Come on up, folks. Kenrick Exner, General Manager of Multimodal Logistics and Trade Execution of Viterra, and Susan Ewart, Executive Director of the Saskatchewan Trucking Association. A round of applause for our panelists before they begin. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining us. I'm hoping that we might take a few minutes before we delve into the issue of transportation for you to introduce yourselves and share with us a little bit about you, especially if you have an agriculture connection. Did you grow up on a farm? Did you have cousins that you visited on the farm? Share with us your connection to agriculture and a little bit about your respective companies. David, we'll start with you.
Great. Well, good morning, everybody. Glad to be here. I am Assistant Vice President of Grain for CN. My responsibilities at CN, I've been there 7.5 years, and I look after all aspects of pricing grain-related carload shipments from point A to point B across Canada and the US across our network. I look after our commercial car supply products. I do a lot of stakeholder engagement like this. And from a sales responsibility perspective, I have director responsibilities for most of the US-based grain accounts. Think ethanol, soybean and corn processing, that sort of stuff. I come from a farm northeast of Winnipeg near Beausejour. That was a mixed farm when I was a kid, hogs, cattle, grain farm. We've been out of the business now for, this will be the 4th crop that I haven't been able to put in. Would have been a lot of playing in the mud this year with the way it's been so wet out in the eastern prairies. And yeah, that's me. So I've been in the grain business my whole life. I did my Bachelor and Master of Science in Ag Sciences at U of M. And I'm glad to be here this morning to talk to you about transportation.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Name's Kendrick Exner. I'm the General Manager of Multimodal Logistics and Trade Execution for Viterra. I've been with Viterra and Heritage Companies for over 17 years. 15 of those years was commodity trading and merchandising, mostly malt barley, oats, rye, byproducts. So a great chance to be on the other side of the business, trading to essentially every destination that Canada exports to and almost every type of mode of transportation. So been very fortunate in my current role, marine logistics, multimodal logistics, truck logistics, and then the whole trade execution group, which essentially looks after everything once a trader's made a sale, from insurance to financing, to phytosanitary, government requirements, documentation, you name it. So definitely every day is a challenge. We're basically problem solving and trying to help the traders move product along. Again, born and raised in Regina, University of Regina, grad. Did not grow up on a farm, my parents did. Have relatives and cousins at farms, so I still get the occasional phone call of, what's happening, what are the markets doing, what should I do, which I try to help facilitate, but the same breath, not exactly an expert in that. So thanks for having me.
And Susan.
Good morning. My name is Susan Ewart. I'm the Executive Director with the Saskatchewan Trucking Association. We're a nonprofit organization based out of Regina that represents the for-hire carrier sector within the province of Saskatchewan. So our work involves a lot of lobbying and advocacy work with the government of Saskatchewan on behalf of trucking to create a better business environment for those working in the trucking industry within our province and across the country. I didn't grow up on a farm, but I have a husband who's worked in the agriculture industry for almost 40 years. I've got cousins and aunts and uncles who farm up at Melfort, and they still do this today. I have a business background and saw a challenge in transportation that I could bring those skills to, and so here I am today.
That's great. Well, thanks to each of you for joining us today. And let's talk about transportation as a whole. It's an absolutely incredible file. Here in Saskatchewan and here in our landlocked provinces where we grow an enormous amount of food and fuel and fiber and industrial purpose uses of our crops, we have to get it somewhere. We do the best job we can on the farm to grow high quality crops that the world needs, and it takes an entire network to get it from my farm out to either a local processing or out to an export facility like the Port of Vancouver and across the sea to the people who are buying it. So share with us from your company's perspective some of the challenges or opportunities, depending on which side of the bed you got up this morning. Let's talk about what it's going to look like for transportation over the next 12 months. Let's look a year ahead. David, thoughts?
Yeah, well, I guess the first thought is that, we're starting to come out of COVID. We've got the conflict in Ukraine on the go, which is terrible, as everybody can appreciate. There's a lot going on in the world right now. The consequences of, besides what's going on right in Ukraine today, means implications for the trade flow changes for a lot of different business segments. This isn't just a grain story. This is potash. This is energy. You think about the implications of sanctions and how that impacts what you might have been buying from one country before is now completely changed. So that means there's going to be a lot of extra demand out there in the world that wants to find origination. At the same time, again, recovery from COVID, and I'm sure there will be some fits and starts. That will remain a wild card in terms of the go forward. But I think from a major challenge perspective, the major thing that I'm mindful of, and it doesn't matter whether it's transportation here today or industry, the service industry, manufacturing, it's the structural changes that are being affected in the workforce right now. Everybody's seen it, you know, shortened hours at stores, product not on shelves. We have a structural deficit in North America right now, and that's through demographic change, but also thinking about there hasn't been a lot of immigration into Canada the past couple of years, with not a lot of travel being able to come into this country on account of the pandemic. I think the major thing with the supply chain and just the economy in general is going to be people going forward. Whether that's people's, generational change in terms of approach to work, what type of hours and schedule people want to work, work-life balance, but just also physical sheer numbers of people. As an offset to that, technological change I think is very important. In the case of rail transportation, there's 4 factors that drive the overall amount of capacity that you have at any point in time, of which one of them is people, along with locomotives, rolling stock, and physical infrastructure. In the case of physical infrastructure, you can build stuff like adding sections of double track or adding siding so trains can pass by one another more frequently, or you can use technology. For example, our automated track inspection program takes what today is a high rail vehicle with an engineering person moving at 15 to 20 miles per hour on a stretch of track, which is protected at both ends so that no trains can move through at that stretch of time, with periodic stops to look for visual defects. If we can put special high-tech boxcars filled with all kinds of technology in there to do that at the same time and do it within the middle of a merchandise train at track speed, which can be up to 50 or 60 miles an hour, you're adding capacity to the supply chain. So the more we can do that, the more capacity we create as an offset. And we have a lot of good examples of that, making significant investments today, both in terms of the 4 factors that I described previously, but as well as technology. That's going to be very important going forward.
That's good. David, you did talk about labor issues, and we're going to circle back and talk about that. But Kenrick, some thoughts on the opportunities and challenges that will face Viterra?
Yeah, obviously a lot of supply chain issues like we've had, vessels waiting in port for product. Multimodal's been a very, very challenging year, multimodal being container. A lot of vessels lining up in the port of Los Angeles, Oakland, Vancouver, waiting to discharge, which then means it backs up the whole supply chain, try to get product out of Saskatchewan and Manitoba and Alberta. A lot of carriers on the container side not wanting their containers to come inland because they wanted to keep them at port so they can actually spin the rates quicker to get them back overseas. So just that unpredictability of that whole supply chain has been challenging for us. Obviously last year was a lower production year, so a very challenging year for the industry, for producers, obviously for yourself on your farm. And then obviously just the trade flows are changing. When you have that uncertainty with the Russian-Ukraine conflict, it will change where commodities are going, who wants to buy, which is a challenge but also an opportunity for Canadian farmers as well. And I think that's something we're going to see over the next 10 to 12 months, that we will see some new demand and new origins pop up for Canadian products, which will probably lend to more of an opportunistic opportunity for Canada longer term. But and lastly, I think David touched on it, just the technological advancements and investment in infrastructure. I'm sure you're seeing a lot of the loop track, high capacity cars, and investment across Western Canadian elevators. We're able to load larger trains, larger cars, which has helped with our planning process and helped just the whole supply chain in general, getting more product out there quicker and turning those cars over quicker, which has helped the railways and grain elevators be more efficient with our planning and getting product out quicker.
Susan, any thoughts from the trucking industry?
Absolutely. I think you're going to see, and you probably are today, the biggest challenge being labor. Labor shortages are at an all-time high across the country. Today, 23,000 vacant truck driver positions. By the end of the year, they're predicting 55,000. We have an aging workforce, retirements, COVID has not helped, and the image of the industry, there just is not that next generation that's interested in coming into the transportation and driving a truck. You're also seeing shortages, dispatchers, heavy-duty mechanics, admin staff. So the biggest thing that our members are really seeing is a challenge around labor. So that labor then, there is a shortage to move those goods. And as consumers, we are seeing the benefit, like the results of that on the store shelves being no stock, right? No product. So if we don't have the labor to deal with this challenge, it's only going to get worse. In Saskatchewan, trucking really is that supply chain value add. Our exports rely on trucking, and we need people to move them.
So let's stay on the labor issue then, because I want to know what your suggestions are for the answer to that. Is the trucking industry or the railway, is this just not a sexy enough industry that our young people are interested in jumping in? Is that an issue where we don't have young people coming in? Is immigration the answer to solve some of these problems? Where's the solution? What opportunities do we have for solutions to the labor issue? Because transportation is going to fight for labor just like all of the other industries we have in Canada. We have the lowest unemployment rate in many, many years. We have an increase in minimum wages. We have workforce challenges coming. Any thoughts on solutions? How can we get young people interested in this? And is immigration a piece of that puzzle?
I can answer that. We definitely feel immigration is a piece of the puzzle. It is not the entire solution. At the Saskatchewan Trucking Association, we are doing our part to sort of get into high schools and educate that next generation what trucking looks like. Employers are starting to change their thought process around flexible work environments, because I think there is an image and a perception that, I'm never home and it's always about long haul. But companies are starting to think progressively about, well, they'll have switch yards, so maybe you only go part way and you switch with someone else and then take a load back to where you came from. So things like that are happening. It definitely is an image of the industry, and we've worked really hard to present a positive image. We have a program that we partnered with the YWCA of Saskatoon and the province of Saskatchewan called Women Shifting Gears, and we're really proud of that. Each year we put 10 women through a trucking focused program to get them to see what it's like to have a career in trucking. There's purpose, there's value in driving a truck. You are contributing to the economic growth of where you live and providing for your family. So we want to show that women can do this job too. It is not strictly a male-dominated area that they can go to, and we're definitely seeing some positive attention and growth from that.
Very good. Any other thoughts?
Well, I think some of this is just simply demographics, and that is a lot harder to fix. I think it's something that most companies have seen coming over time as baby boomers retire. Birth rates and population growth simply isn't what it used to be, and that is creating the structural deficit in the workforce that we have today. That's a large contributor. So that's going to be you need to get that talent of, there's only so many people to occupy all the jobs in the economy in Canada. So that's a longer term structural issue to resolve. From the perspective of rail transportation, you got to think about it, I think, this way. Some of the most densest areas of traffic that we're moving, of course, it's really west of Edmonton for CN. And we have some really remote areas in our network, especially parts of northern Alberta, northern British Columbia. That's not for everybody. I do really think that people's approach, like, these are very good paying jobs for conductors and engineers, maintenance of way personnel, but some of these places, if it's access to schools for your kids, access to services, these are just very remote areas. So those are some of the more difficult areas to recruit and train for. We've taken the approach from the perspective of offering, signing bonuses as incentive as well. But again, once you have people in a certain territory, it's just like any job. You get into it, there's the training that goes with it. It's about 6 to 9 months from the point of time that somebody comes in to one of our training centers in either Homewood, Illinois, or in Winnipeg to get fully qualified. And then, of course, there's the familiarization with the territory. I'm sure there's a lot of perspective as that individual is going through that training and then getting on the ground and doing the job. It's they're long hours. It's it's nights. It's not being home for birthdays. It's those sorts of things. So people are making individual decisions about work-life balance and what it is that they want to get out of employment. So I think that's just going to be a continual challenge that. Especially for remoter areas, just like in parts of Western Canada. You see new elevators getting built today. most of them are getting built within an hour of a major population center to attract the right talent to have staff to do that job. So I think this will be a challenge for the economy in the long term, and it's really demographic change that's driving it.
Kenrick, same thoughts with Viterra?
Yeah, I think the same thoughts. I mean, two things come to my mind is people's value propositions or what they value from their employer have drastically changed over the last 18 months. And I think it's going to continue to evolve. It's not always salary driven. It's that flexibility. It's the opportunity for advancement, education. But it's just changed, and I think we'll evolve with it and trying to attract the youth. The next generation is also the next challenge. When we go to job fairs locally or we talk to youth, they don't know our brand. They don't know much about the ag sector. I think we all play a part in trying to promote it, getting it to the next level so that they understand there's just so many different avenues, so many different opportunities for different sexes, races, you name it. It's a very inclusive sector, I believe, and I think it'll continue to grow. And we just need to attract people to bring them into this industry because there's just, walking around here today, there's so many opportunities. How do we get the next generation excited about this industry?
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for young people here in Saskatchewan, but all across Canada, to get involved in the agriculture sector, and it's not maybe top of mind for them. So it's going to take some work from all of us to share with them the opportunities in the sector. When you've mentioned structural deficits, David, and I think about the infrastructure investment that's required for us to capitalize on the growth opportunities that we have. So everybody right now is looking at agriculture to help the country recover from the pandemic, and we're ready to step up to the challenge. The issue I see is our infrastructure in Canada is about 10 years behind where we need to be in order to capitalize on where we are right now. And growth doesn't happen overnight, especially in transportation. So we have a federal government that is not actively engaging on infrastructure investment and how we can build this piece of the puzzle to make sure that we become reliable. We talked about it yesterday during the canola panel. Canada has gone from top 10 most reliable country in the world for their trade to number 32. And we don't have the attention of government to help us gain that trust and that reliability. So countries aren't wanting to buy what we grow because they don't believe that we're reliable and we can actually get the product to them at the end of the day. So is the answer for us to better explain this dire situation, the structural deficit, to the government so they're more actively involved? Does this require a lot of government assistance and government interest? Or can the private sector do much of these efficiencies that we need to do on our own? How reliant do we need to be on the government to help us through this?
Well, I would start by saying that the National Trade Corridor Fund that was created by the federal government a number of years ago was an important step towards particularly some of the debottlenecking projects that are on the go in the Port of Vancouver as well as Prince Rupert. These are multi-year, a lot of it's three-way deals with port authorities, the federal government, as well as parties such as ourselves in terms of creating some of this debottlenecking, right? So I think that's important to recognize. It's interesting as well because of course some of the capacity constraint that we have, it's geographic, but it's also commercially driven. If you go back 40 years ago, it's a long time ago, we used to ship 15 or 17 million tons of grain through the eastern supply chain in Canada, through the ports of Thunder Bay and through the St. Lawrence. That was back in the day when the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe and Europe were all major importers of grain. That's before we saw population growth in the Pacific Basin, but especially in a year like this, when we are going to see some pressure on the transportation system, I think it's important to recognize that there is a lot of capacity out there that goes significantly underutilized, that could be utilized to get product to market. And that's not just a grain story. That's other commodities and other rail traffic segments as well. We're heavily overbuilt in Eastern Canada and even down into the United States. So three-coast access, I guess that's one opportunity, is optionality in a market like that today. We've got Prince Rupert and Vancouver to the west, we go all the way out to Halifax and into the St. Lawrence in the east, and then down to New Orleans in the United States. So I think that's one opportunity where there's a lot of infrastructure that is in place today. It goes significantly underutilized, and in a year like this, we got to make the most of all of it. Every little bit will make a difference. So,
Do you have thoughts on Churchill as well?
Well, Churchill, I don't know that there's any expectation this year that that grain will be going through the Port of Churchill. So I think that that's more of a medium to longer term. We'll wait and see what happens with that. I think today for the eastern supply chain, it's really a function of maximizing capacity utilization through the Port of Thunder Bay and points east of that. So,
Kenrick, thoughts on, do we need the government to participate in this, or is the private sector able to make some efficiencies on their own?
I think it's a both. I think from the private sector standpoint, obviously all this domestic crush capacity will change how we export. It's likely all the oil stays North American based, but there will be some exportation of canola meal pellets. When you're now shipping that from specific locations, it's a regular manufactured product. I think that will help the supply chain. Instead of having to create quality from different areas or different commodities, that has a lot of complexity in the whole supply chain. But I think naturally that is going to help us longer term. I think privately with 150 car loop tracks, better planning, better investment technology, we will get better at what we're doing. We talked about trade flows. Things will open up out the east, I do believe, with this conflict in Russia and Ukraine, and we'll look for those opportunities. Hopefully once we normalize our container shipment, that's going to bring more capacity back online. I think lastly, from a government perspective, just the challenges with blockades and strikes. Probably as an industry and all the partners trying to probably have more, I don't want to say enforcement, but trying to fix the problems when they arise quicker. Because to lose 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a corridor is 4 or 5 days of not loading a single vessel. And at any given time, there's 100 vessels in port, so every day is critical. So just more timely fixing of those issues.
Susan, I'm interested to know if there are government regulations that currently exist that are impeding the Saskatchewan Trucking Association. Are your members impeded by some of the government regulations? Are there some barriers there that people in the audience should know about?
Absolutely. The majority of trucking, the for-hire sector in Saskatchewan, is federally regulated. And there has been a number of federal regulations that have been imposed recently on trucking. One of the ones coming up is the 10 paid sick days that will impact trucking companies in Saskatchewan. All employers that are in the federally regulated status as of December 1st are going to be required to give their employees 10 paid sick days. There is the zero emissions fund by 2030 from the federal government, where 30% of all sales of new heavy and medium-sized trucks have to be zero emissions vehicles. We're just like, I don't know how they think that's going to happen. We're not there yet. We live in a climate where electric is not going to work for a heavy-duty vehicle. It might for like a pickup truck around the city, but it certainly isn't for the long-haul space. So there's that to consider, and the governments probably haven't thought through policy enough on that particular issue. So there's those types of things. There's enforcement on the Driver Inc. scheme, which goes on across the country, which is where businesses avoid paying taxes, CPP and EI. They don't remit WCB premiums. So there's a lot of push on the federal government right now to enforce and make sure that carriers are compliant to meeting what they need to do. There's the carbon tax, right? Fuel costs, probably right today, #1 cost for trucking companies. It certainly is impacting owner-operators, probably maybe more so than a larger carrier. We're not seeing any relief from Saskatchewan. I read this morning, Alberta's going to give a reduction on the diesel fuel rates until September, and Ontario's moving. So, we need supports here as well. So there's a lot of barriers to operating a trucking business today.
Thanks for all of that, Susan. That was a long laundry list of things that are inhibiting, and so I think there is a need for government to listen and understand what the needs are of all of these particular industries. So for the average Canadian, I think what they experienced through COVID was a taste of what it feels like for its supply chain to be disrupted. The blockades massively affected the agriculture industry. the union strikes terribly affect the agriculture industry. Why should the average Canadian worry about the transportation sector and the supply chain? And maybe we can fall back on the toilet paper effect that happened through COVID, where they got a little taste of what panic feels like if they can't find something on the shelves. But for the most part, Canadians still have access to all of the luxuries that we've ever had or wanted. So why now should Canadians pay more attention to the issue of transportation and maybe the infrastructure piece too?
I think on a personal level, I think of quality, consistency, and cost. A good example was at a major bulk grocery store here last week, bought a watermelon. A watermelon's $14. When you actually pick up that watermelon, it weighs 10, 12, 14 pounds. You think of the sheer cost to transport that large, heavy product, the cost of that good has skyrocketed. You look at perishable goods, the quality that you're seeing isn't as good as we would have seen 24, 36 months ago. It's got a very short shelf life because of the inconsistency of the supply chain. So those are two little things that just continue. That I mentioned lastly is just cost, and we're all seeing it when we fill up for gas, when we go buy consumer goods. If you need repairs to your vehicle, I think it's hitting us all at a personal level right now that we're understanding the negative impacts of the whole supply chain. Now when you try to export goods, you mentioned it before, it's that reliability to push products out, export those Canadian products, especially from a multimodal container perspective. Just the inability of consistent supply and the cost to ship those goods is quite high. So it's a very challenging market for us. I don't know when we're really going to see the bright light or the change or turn the corner, but those are two or three things that are impacting the everyday Canadian.
Well, I was going to say transportation is critical because you think about how the global economy has changed over time. I mean, if you eat it, if you wear it, if you use it, if it doesn't matter what, like think about the goods in your house, what you drive, all of these things require transportation to get it somewhere. And that's why it's important. It's just not a matter of producing it. A lot of what we consume comes from overseas. The supply chain is evolving from one that has gone from what used to be just in time to very much a just in case supply chain, and that was driven primarily by the pandemic, of course. So we're going to see what that means long term, but somebody has to move it to get it to a store shelf or to manufacturing facility. I mean, it goes without saying. That's why transportation is so critical to everybody. Somebody, folks on this panel, it's a no-brainer. But sometimes, just like you think about coming from an ag background, a lot of people don't have the perspective of where their food comes from. It's the same here with understanding that somebody has to move it to actually get it to a store shelf or to the point of sale destination. So,
yeah, a lot of the conversations that I've had with fellow Canadians over the past couple of years, their suggestion to the issue is to buy local. And I'm a huge proponent of buying anything with a Canadian flag on it or a Saskatchewan flag on it. But the reality is, in the story that we haven't done a great job of telling, is that this country, our economy cannot survive on buy local. We're just not prepared for that. There's 35 million people in the country, and we grow far more, even just on the agriculture side, we certainly grow far more than our domestic consumption could ever dream of alleviating. Will the buy local sentiment ever impact our need for infrastructure changes and transportation?
Well, I go to the crush plant example. You guys touched on it yesterday, I believe. Adding 7 million tons of domestic crush means more products going to end up local. Again, the canola seed's coming, it's grown locally, the oil will be consumed in North America. Yes, the meal has to be shipped out, but it's not just the canola industry in general, it's the pea fractionation, it's the oat processing, it's the wheat milling. I think we're seeing a lot of the processing industry in Canada as a general is increasing its capacity as a whole, and obviously consuming locally grown products and hopefully consuming those here and abroad. But I think from an infrastructure perspective, it's actually happening already.
I mean, I think they said it quite well. I mean, I think it's pretty hard. We live in a climate too that can't grow continuously, and I mean, Saskatchewan, I do know, feeds the world with canola. And so trucking is very important to those exports as well. But I don't think that we produce probably what is required. I don't think the consumer recognizes that those costs are imparted onto them at the end of the day, and we need to make sure that they understand that.
Yeah, well, just the reality is we have grown accustomed to the variety. You know, there's no bananas can grow in my backyard. You know, I'd like to have strawberries in the middle of winter, and this, you know, mom who drives her kids around every which way can't survive without coffee, and there's no coffee beans grown in Canada. So I happen to think that trade and the trade story is the best story we could tell right now. There are 2 microphones, so by all means, if anybody has any questions, please jump in. We'd be happy to hear some of your questions or concerns. So a question back to the 3 of you. Well, for the most part, the trucking industry and the railway, you have more customers than just agriculture. So share with us the priority that agriculture has within your company. We're always fighting, you know, for access to space on the railways and access to space in the trucking industry. How important is agriculture to the railways and to the trucking industry?
Well, I'll start by just looking at it from the perspective of the, I guess, the mix of traffic that CN moves as a company overall. We don't really, as a percentage of our overall book of business, there isn't one business segment that really stands out where that's the lion's share of the business that we move. Of course, we have to consider all customers' traffic when it comes to that being offered up to us for transport, of course. Most of the commodities, if you think about it, or most of the business segments, they also don't have dedicated resources to them. That's to say, you know, if it's crews, conductors and engineers, or locomotives, you can't say quite the same about rolling stock here, where some of that is dedicated, of course, but network infrastructure, those are all shared across all business segments. So thinking about, I know we're going to probably get into capital planning and investment and thinking about medium to longer term here. We've already touched on that, about planning for the future. It's, when you think about that, long-term planning requires good demand forecasting to do that. This year we're going to see a lot, you know, all of a sudden when you see the market turn on a dime here due to external factors beyond anybody's control, you see those changes in trade flows, and there are a lot of factors that have an impact on the ability of a railroad to move traffic at any point in time. We certainly saw that this past winter in the case of weather. Probably one of the worst winters I can remember in Winnipeg. If it wasn't minus 30 or minus 40, that would get interrupted with a blizzard. And that has a real impact on people and on the ability of the railway to move product at any point in time. It's also a reminder, I think, as well, that we touched on regulation a little bit earlier. These are also factors that affect the ability of the supply chain to move product at any point in time. Thinking about cold weather, a couple of years ago, for the movement of particular dangerous goods trains, when ambient temperatures trackside got below a certain threshold, any trains that include dangerous goods on them, again, it has to be a certain number of cars on that train or a certain type of commodity. All of a sudden, that train on that network is now moving at a restricted track speed. Easiest way to think about that, it's like having a car stuck behind a snowplow on the highway. If that train is moving slower, then every train behind it on both sides are moving slower. So we think about these factors outside anyone's control that have a material impact on supply chain capacity. We are a company that is investing for the future. In the past 3 years, not unlike farming, railroad is a very capital-intensive business. There's a lot of stuff to maintain and a lot of infrastructure to develop, and it isn't cheap to put it in. We can see the long-term track for the Western-based export program out of the Port of Prince Rupert in Vancouver. It's one thing to say you've got capacity across all corridors. There will be the long-term population growth around the world that will drive trade flows, and we will continue to make investments that are based in the long term. During COVID, we didn't dial it back. We had a very heavy investment program, and we'll continue to do so because we know long term this is going to be an export-driven economy, and that is what we're planning for. That doesn't happen overnight. When you see a global conflict change things on you, Long term, we're making those investments to increase network capacity across the western region to move more grain and everything else that wants to move.
Thoughts, Susan, on agriculture being a priority for the trucking industry?
It definitely is. Many of our members move those exports for agriculture, and they do understand that that's the economic driver of our province, and prioritizing their customers as well becomes important for them when they are looking at labor shortages. Not only do we support agriculture in exporting it, but we also make sure that those farms have what they need in bringing in fuel during certain seasons when that's more important. So we certainly do understand the importance of agriculture and supporting that sector when it's required.
Kenrick, maybe we'll go to you, and David has touched on a little bit, but let's think about the planning, the growth, and the future that's required, and the crystal ball that you need to have to put your money where you need to prepare for the growth that's coming. So what's Viterra's plan for major growth that's coming in the industry? We've had the canola crush announcement. What else is coming our way?
Well, I think, we're looking at all opportunities, and any opportunities, you're looking at different trends, consumer demand, international demand. So for us, it's many different meetings, many different discussions, many different opportunities with many different partners. So for us, we're always in a growth mode. Obviously, we've had a big infrastructure change with 150-car loop tracks, adding capacity, trying to structure our business to a point where we can provide the service that our farm customers rely on, and trying to help the overall supply chain, which obviously is the whole planning. When you look at additional new builds or new facilities that are greenfield or brownfield, you're looking at labor, you're looking at access to infrastructure, you're looking at access to water. It's absolutely everything that's critical, because it's seemingly that every resource now is finite, that you can't just look at an open spot on a map and say, well, we're going to put a facility there, because who is going to operate it, who's going to build it, how are you going to get the construction, how are you going to get the materials to that site. So those are a lot of probably the more short-term things. But again, I go back to overall trade flows and trying to understand consumer demand. I know I've talked about it many, many times, but the whole crush footprint and the whole processing expansion will change how we move product. It's going to change the overall pipeline. It's going to change the industry, I believe. And it'll be a different focus on what actually goes through the export terminals, and how we plan our pipelines going forward.
I don't think you can watch or listen to the news today and not hear or talk about inflation and recession in the U.S. and people's wallets. We're being asked for a lot. The major concern for Canadians today is the rising cost of food. There's a lot of wallet tightening that's happening. At home, I happen to have a daughter who is allergic to debt. She just absolutely cannot wrap her head around somebody spending money that they don't have. So it makes for really great table conversations when her parents are buying land for growth of our farm. But what is it like right now for companies in Canada to think about capital growth and capital investment in the current market environment that we have? Is it tougher? And do your companies have to work harder in these situations where you're spending money that you don't have, knowing that there's growth opportunities to take advantage of? And explain it so that my daughter can understand it.
I would say for CN, it hasn't changed our investment approach. We'll be as a percentage of revenues, we'll be investing about 17% roughly on a revenue basis back into our business here. There really hasn't been any change there. Again, I don't think it's any different from how we viewed the approach to investment during the pandemic. It was full speed ahead. There was no pullback. Here, you think about it every year, there's a lot of infrastructure, even for investment, that goes to core maintenance, never mind the expansion, special capacity enhancing projects, of which we'll have a number of this year, whether that's yard expansions, double tracking projects, siding extensions, siding additions, all those things are happening. And then there's the maintenance that we have to do to keep things rolling. So it hasn't changed our approach. It is capital intensive, period, and it's going to remain like that. This railroading will not change that way.
So in Saskatchewan, there is a lot of growth opportunity for trucking, but we are challenged by, again, trucking is not immune to those supply chain challenges as well. They can't find trucks. We can't find a car, right? They can't buy vehicles, parts are short supply as well. So if you've got, contracts with organizations to move their products, but you don't have a truck or you don't have a driver, they become challenged by that. So you may see, more mergers and acquisitions happening throughout the next couple of years in order to try and help with that capacity issues. But definitely, if you've got a company that's got 6 trucks sitting because they don't have drivers, they're impeded then to make money because growth can't happen at that when they're sitting there, and then they can't buy trucks to continue on the road. That's how our members are earning a living and growing their businesses by moving product. And so those things are challenging the industry today here in Saskatchewan.
Thoughts, Kenrick?
Yeah, I just think it's such a dynamic market to sit here and say we're not looking at it. Yeah, we are. I mean, different projects are probably being delayed or pushed off. Again, it comes down to labor and cost of goods, supply chain. It's just such a difficult thing to predict. You talked about a crystal ball. Man, I wish I could predict it, but the reality is it's going to be a difficult probably 12 or 18 months to even forward plan for some of those bigger projects. And if you are, there's going to have to be larger contingencies, or that project may be delayed a year or two longer than you'd like it to be just because of the availability of labor and overall product.
Yeah, it feels like that old ball and chain that's holding on to us. The whole industry is just ready to run, and there's just, we're being held back. Susan, you brought up the carbon tax. So glad you did. You can't talk about transportation and not talk about the carbon tax. So the carbon tax has been imposed on the industry, and of course farmers will take a lot of the brunt of that. Those costs get filtered back down and they add to our costs, and we can't pass those on. So we're looking for the whole industry to collaborate better and find another way to tackle the issues that the federal government are very concerned about, which is the environment. So if we could go back, and if we could go to the Trucking Association to say, rather than a carbon tax to affect change, what would a solution, what would some suggestions coming out of the trucking industry have looked like if they had taken the time to ask you how we could do better as a trucking association?
On the environment. Absolutely, and we've talked to both provincially and the federal governments on programs for retrofitting of equipment to make fleets more sustainable and more green, right? So there's different types of equipment. Saskatchewan doesn't have a program like that. The federal government had introduced the Climate Action Incentive Fund that was supposed to be all of the carbon tax dollars from Saskatchewan, from sort of medium and small enterprises, so like trucking, that was supposed to come back. Well, we haven't seen a dime of that since prior to the pandemic. Not $1 has come back to Saskatchewan companies in order to be able to do some of those green incentives. So there are different programs also that fleets can look at. So the National Resources Canada, NRCan it's called, they've got a fleet assessment program that carriers can look at as well. We are doing a lot of collaboration and discussion right now with the U of R and the Hydrogen Hive, and how does hydrogen play a part in the solutions around sort of zero emissions type vehicles. Today, like trucking wants to do their part as well. They want to participate in environmental changes as well. But today, diesel is the fuel of choice. There is no option for them. So the carbon tax definitely has been an impediment. Federal government hasn't followed through on some of the things that they've been supposed to do. They keep changing the programs on them. We could certainly be looking at retrofit type programs for the industry as incentives, where governments will give up to so many dollars to retrofit a fleet with skirt tails or different types of pieces of equipment. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of all the names of them, but that you could put on a fleet to help with fuel savings. So there's definitely things that we've proposed and continue to talk about. We need to be consulted at the beginning when policy is starting to happen, not at the end when they haven't included us.
And maybe for you, David, when asked what the railways can do to affect change in the environment, what would you have wanted to make as a suggestion rather than the imposition of carbon tax?
Well, I think I would go down the path here to take a look at the actions that CN is taking with what we have in front of us. You know, we're again the carbon tax is there. We collect those taxes, and then past that we remit those back to the federal government. We try to minimize the impact of fuel. Remember, thinking about cost of fuel as a contributor to overall cost. Thinking about the rail industry and its intensity in terms of emissions, but also consumption of energy. We are looking forward to more greener technologies, like Kenrich talked about canola crush, and a lot of that oil is going to be going towards the production of renewable diesel. We've got pilot programs on the go to using higher blends of biodiesel or renewable diesel in diesel engines, those sorts of things. So that's a work in progress, but we want to be and we have been an industry leader in terms of reducing our overall fuel consumption as well, which is really important to minimizing overall cost of transportation.
In this province, we are going to be crushing a whole lot of canola, thanks to the announcements from Viterra and others, and that means there's going to be canola oil moving on rail. And David, you and I laughed a while ago about some pictures on Twitter where people were getting really angry and upset, thinking that there was oil cars, taking pictures of oil cars on the rail, which we're all upset about. But is there a way that we can throw a canola oil flower, a big canola yellow flower on the side of the railway car so that we can identify that that is canola oil and feel good about it? Can I make that suggestion? I'm not a good artist, but maybe there's a sticker or something we can put on there.
I can take that back, but you make a good point. It's often, there's a lot of vegetable oil that moves back and forth. Just because you see a black tank car moving on the rails, it could be a processed product. And we are going to see a lot more of that traffic on a go-forward basis as canola crush increases in Western Canada, no doubt about it.
Well, it would make me feel better to see a yellow flower on the side of that car. We've run out of time, so thank you very much for joining us for this panel. We could have a huge round of applause to our panelists from the Trucking Association, Viterra, and CN Railway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So up next, we'll be joined for an ag talk on modern agriculture by Adrian Ivey, and that will start at exactly 11 o'clock. So we'll see you in just a few minutes.
At Viterra, we believe in the power of connection. Our world-leading agriculture network connects producers and consumers to supply top-quality food ingredients each and every day. Our team takes great pride in working closely with farmers to help feed the world. It's something we've been doing for over 100 years. And as an industry leader, we're dedicated to playing a critical role in meeting the needs of a growing world. Because together, we're stronger and achieve more.
gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation will begin in 5 minutes.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the Airport Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation is about to begin.
Good afternoon, almost. Still morning, but I've drank enough coffee for the whole day. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Adrienne Ivy is so passionate about agriculture. She farms and ranches right here in Saskatchewan near Ituna with her husband Aaron and her 2 teenagers, Noelle and Cole. They have a mixed farm and cow-calf feedlot and grain operation. Through speaking events, social media, and her blog, View from the Ranch Porch, Adrienne shares stories from the farm with people from all around the world. She is committed to showing that farmers are everyday people who love the land, they love their animals, and they are growing food for the world to eat. Be sure to follow her on social media to see her take on family, food, and farming. Here to talk about modern agriculture, please welcome my friend in the biz, Adrienne Ivy.
Thank you. Hello and good morning. It might take me a second to adjust my voice to this mic. If any of you know me in person, you know that I am not a quiet person, and probably I could be up here with no mic at all. So hopefully I'm not blasting you away with this mic on this morning. Thank you, Sherilyn, for that amazing introduction. Like she mentioned, I'm Adrienne Ivy. I farm at Ituna, Saskatchewan, which is an amazing little town, with my husband and our 2 kids who are teenagers, and hallelujah, they are finally old enough to be helpful on the farm rather than just 2 more creatures that I need to take care of. Because we all know what family farming is like, lots of fun for sure. As I'm talking, if you like what you're hearing and you want to share it on social media, please feel free to do that. Just maybe tag me. Here are all of my handles. And if you aren't already following me, please, so I can follow you back and we can continue this conversation later on. Full disclosure, where I'm most active these days is Instagram. The gram seems to be where it's at for the people that I'm having conversations with about food and farming. So, let's get into it. But before I start, can I get a hallelujah for back to face-to-face in-person events? Yes, thank you. And thank you for waking me up this morning. I like it. I love your energy. I'm so excited to be here in person, face-to-face. So, modern agriculture, connecting with consumers, the whole food fight conversation. Who here today has seen something float across their feed, either on social media or on the internet as you're scrolling, that is absolute junk about how food is raised and grown these days? I think we can all see that there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation out there, and I used to always start these talks with a lot of stuff that is on the internet as a way of convincing agriculture industry and farmers that we need to start having a voice in this conversation. But I think that now it's a pretty widely understood issue and something that as a whole industry we've just accepted that we need to start doing a better job of taking part in and having an active role. Influence. I will be the first to say that I have zero want or need to become a social media influencer. And no shade to those who have chosen that profession or that journey, but that's not where I am at. I have no need to have people send me packages and I unbox them in social media and do the whole thing. I mean, if you want to send me packages, please feel free. But that's not what I'm all about. What I want is not to be an influencer. What I want is to have influence. The people within my sphere, I want to be able to influence how they feel about the way that they choose what kinds of food to purchase, about how they feel about what foods they're choosing to put into their bodies and to feed their families. Because there's so much unnecessary fear out there. Fear of making the wrong decision, fear of good versus bad foods, fear of good for the environment versus bad for the environment, and it's just not necessary. I think that I could leave this one slide up there and talk about it for the next 3 hours, but nobody's got that much time. So I'll just touch on a few of these things. When I think about the food conversation and agriculture specifically, our role in it, want you to think about how you think that we are doing as an industry in collaborating with each other to get our message across. Are the pulse growers collaborating with the meat producers to raise each other up? Or are we taking jabs at each other's types of farming? The other thing that is really, really, really important to me on this slide is number 5, being worthy of people's trust. I always like to remind people of the old saying of dance like nobody's watching. But when it comes to farming, we need to be conscious that we are farming like everyone is watching, because they are. All eyes are on us right now, and I can guarantee you that, well, most definitely on my own farm, but I would even say that probably on every single farm out there, there are things that we can do better. There are issues that we can address. There are tweaks that we can make to make us even more sustainable and even better farmers. And that's what we need to be able to challenge ourselves on and make continuous improvements so that we're able to keep and earn and deserve the trust of the people that we're feeding. Every story is complicated, and farming is no exception to that. When I think about sharing my own farm story, is it complicated? It's so complicated that even I have a hard time keeping it all straight some days. So how could I expect somebody else to be able to share my farm story in any kind of a way that makes sense or is real or true? Because let me tell you, there are lots of people out there that want to tell my farm story for me. There are people morally opposed to genetic modification. There are PETA activists that want to end all animal agriculture. There are even well-meaning urban people that have maybe never been on a farm, but saw some documentaries and they think they know how my story goes. But we know better than that, and I know better than that. So when it is such a complicated story, we need to take ownership and tell it ourselves, because the best person to tell my farm story is me. The other thing that I think about a lot is authenticity. And when I am having conversations, or I'm wanting to have conversations about how we are going about raising and growing food, I want people to trust me. And until they feel like they know me, there is no way that they're going to trust me. And if all that I ever showed people was the highlight reel of my life, the shiny, pretty parts, nobody actually feels like they know you because no one is that perfect. And so when you're your real authentic self, then you invite in people's trust. For me, myself, at this stage of my life, I may be a farmer, but first, I'm a mom, and that trumps everything. And I'm a mom that, just like every person who's eating the food that we raise, every mom that's eating and purchasing the food that I raise, I'm a mom that's struggling to get my kids to all of their things on time with all their stuff. I'm a mom that, well, I've been in Regina for a couple days now, so I'm a mom, I guarantee you, with a very messy house right now. I'm a mom that is worried and concerned about making sure that on our family table every single day there is healthy, nutritious, and safe food. So when I talk about the good parts and the bad parts and the real parts of my life, it invites people who are in the same stage of life as me to have a conversation about it and to trust that I'm going to tell them the truth about whatever questions they have. And stories. I mentioned that the best person to tell my farm story is me. And the key to that sentence is farm story. As farmers, as agriculturalists, as people in the industry, we, as a whole, love science. Science is the basis for every decision that we make every single day on our farm. Science is everything. But, oh man, science is boring. If you are not a person in agriculture that is rooted in science, oh, it is the quickest way to lose someone's attention in a conversation, which is sad. I wish it was otherwise, but it is just the way that the world works. When is the last time that you heard of an everyday mom like me that lives in the city that decides she's going to have an evening to herself? She pours herself a nice glass of wine, runs a bubble bath, and settles in with a big stack of scientific papers to go through that night. It doesn't happen. Very, very rarely anyways. Science is the basis of our decisions, but yet it doesn't always help us change people's minds or further the conversation that we want to have about food and farming. What does change even the most set-in person's mind are stories. Real life, everyday stories from our farms are parts that may not seem the most interesting or the coolest to us because we see them every single day on our farm, but it's a glimpse into what we're doing that people outside of agriculture are so hungry for. I love this picture. It is one of my favorite all-time pictures of our farm because it brings back such a memory to me. On this day a few years ago, my husband and my son and I, just the three of us, trailed 300 cows 5 miles to a different winter feeding pasture. And it brings back such a memory of that day when the sky was so blue and the snow was sparkling crystal white and the black cattle trailing through our rolling hills, and it was quiet and it was beautiful, and that was probably exactly the same thing that we had done the day before and that we were going to do the next day. It was just a regular part of our everyday ranch life. But in that moment, I had to take this deep breath and remind myself that this is something that people from outside of agriculture would literally spend thousands of dollars to be able to experience. So when I can describe days like that and show pictures or videos of days like that to people from outside of agriculture, it makes them feel something. And feeling something with that story is what builds confidence, what builds trust, and what opens up conversations. So we just came through the craziest times with this whole pandemic, but there were bright spots and things to be learned from when the whole world shut down. There is this moment in time right now that is a window of opportunity for agriculture that we have to jump on. During all the shutdowns, when all the restaurants were closed and people were staying home, people became reconnected to their food in a way that I don't think in the history of the world has ever happened before. We didn't have anybody else to cook for us, so we stayed home and we baked all the bread, and we smoked all the meat, and we whipped up all the treats and delicacies that we could get our hands on the ingredients for. And all of a sudden, people were touching and feeling and smelling and tasting their food in an entirely different way. A way that they haven't had the time for in a very, very long time, well, probably never. So along with that connection to food came a renewed interest in learning about all the parts of that food. How it's raised, how it's grown, the effects on the environment, the effects on their health, supply chain and what that means, and why can't we get certain things, and where in the world foods are grown. That window is still open, but it is quickly closing. And as an industry, now is our time to jump in there, have conversations, and really be able to answer the questions about food that people have. The other thing that came out of the pandemic, I don't know about all of you, but for me, I learned to embrace being wrong. And the thing about being wrong is that it feels like being wrong feels like losing. I'm a sports person, I'm a competitive person. I hate being wrong. I hate it more than anything. I used to hate it more than anything because I hate losing. But when you change your mindset and you realize that being wrong isn't losing, being wrong and admitting to being wrong is actually winning. It is being open, it is learning and adjusting and readjusting again. And that's what the pandemic taught me, is that it's okay to be wrong and change gears and move forward in a different way. And that is the attitude we need to have when we are questioned about how we are raising food. Because when you're open to being wrong, when you're open to that conversation, whether you're wrong or not, all of a sudden you can have a conversation without reverting to being defensive. And defensiveness is the killer of all conversations. One thing that we can all do starting today, right now, this very second, is, as an industry, we need to stop beating each other up. Full stop, no matter what, it needs to end. Whether it is a big farm or a small farm, whether it is conventional, organic, regenerative, meat-based or plant-based, any of it, there's room for all of those farms. And just because we are making the decisions that are best for our own farm doesn't mean that those exact same decisions are best for anyone else's. Farming is just like parenting. We do what we do and we make the decisions that we make because we feel like they're right in the moment. And something that's right for me is not right for someone else. And we need to start focusing on promoting what we love instead of bashing what we hate. And if there is one slide, if there is one sentence that you take home from me talking today, it is this one. Stop being a jackwagon And thank you, Brad Wall, for introducing me to that term, because it is my favorite way of swearing without swearing. I don't know which rural person it was that coined the term cityite, but stop. There's no need. If I had walked up on this stage right after Sherilyn introduced me in such a lovely way, and I stood here and I said, okay, you bunch of dummies, I'm here to tell you how to talk to consumers because you can't figure it out for yourself. Like, every seat would be empty, you all would be mad at me, and you would not have listened to one word that I said because I insulted your intelligence and the core of your being. Why would anybody choose to start a conversation that way? And why would we think that if we're going to be rude to somebody, that they're going to be interested in anything that we have to say? We have to be kind before anything else if we want to be able to have real and honest conversations with people outside of agriculture. So, I think that is the main points of what I wanted to talk about today. It's been so great having you all here and being back up on the stage. Canada's Farm Show is just absolutely, it's great to be back in person and great to be back here. So thanks for having me. Please think of some questions. This is my favorite part. I think that the important thing is that you, each and every single one of you, gets out of this what you want, and that comes from asking questions. So try to stump me, ask me some hard things. I think we're good.
Let's hear it for Adrienne. A great big round of applause. And yes, there's microphones open, so please, by all means, she is a wealth of knowledge. If there's a burning question, let's jump up and ask it. Adrienne, I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. Today at Canada's Farm Show is Collaboration Day. We have 3 pillars: innovation, education, and collaboration. And ironically or coincidentally, on your list of ways to influence, you had the word collaborate. So can you share with us some examples of how farmers can collaborate in terms of the conversation of sharing modern agriculture? Do we all have to have a stage like this that we can share that modern agriculture story, or is there other ways that we can collaborate?
That's a wonderful question, Sherilyn. I think that there are as many ways to collaborate as there are different kinds of farms in Canada, which pretty much is endless. I think the important part is for us to understand what our own strengths are and to be able to build off of that. You don't need to stand on a stage like this, you don't need to do a TED Talk or even have a big social media presence, but what you can do is if you see a great message that is out there, if you're on social media, you can share it, and that amplifies the message. If you aren't a person that is comfortable speaking about this topic, well, as farmers, we can put our money where our mouth is. There's some fantastic organizations that we can support that are doing amazing work, like Agriculture in the Classroom. Saskatchewan has an absolutely fantastic program that is making real differences in our Saskatchewan schools. So support them either with money and donations or by volunteering. And I think just making the conscious choice to lift each other up instead of the infighting and the bashing. I think nobody will ever trust us unless they can see that we're supporting and building each other up.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Adrienne. Please check out her social media, and if you can manage to read, she has some great depth in her blog, View from the Ranch Porch. So take some time, pour the glass of wine, have the bubbly bath, and print off, like I do, print off her blog and take a read. So thanks so much, Adrienne, for joining us.
Thank you.
Up next is a product launch by the Brandt Group of Companies, and that is at 11:45, so stick around for that. The product launch will happen right here on the launch pad. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation is about to begin.
Hi, welcome to Canada's Farm Show Launchpad, presented by Ag Expert. I'm Krista Kilback. I work with Ag Expert, and if you haven't done so already, make sure you come by and check out our booth, learn about our products. We have Ag Expert Accounting and Ag Expert Field, and you can also find out how you can get a free pair of cowhide leather gloves. So, with that, I'm going to introduce the next speaker, Kurt Boris, who is the Director of Product Marketing at Brandt, and he is going to come talk to you about the Brandt high-speed disc. Welcome, Kurt.
So we've used quite a few different tillage tools on our farm over the years. Some of them are too heavy, they don't have the flotation. Some of them are too light, they can't break the ground. I think Brandt's really done the right job here, and they've combined flotation, weight, and then a way that the machine can operate in a delicate fashion or in a brute force fashion. So you get the best of all worlds. I've been using the Brandt high-speed disc for the last season, and have to say I'm very impressed with it. The versatility of the machine and its ability to delicately handle residue issues without turning too much dirt, and at the same token being able to take down cattails, kochia, and large trash issues in the same pass. It's fantastic.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. My name is Kurt Boris. I'm the Director of Product Marketing here at Brandt Group of Companies. I've been with the company for about 6 years, working within the agricultural division and being very close with the development process of many of our recent ag launches. So today I am going to take you through our new high-speed disc. So I'm going to actually come down to the product, and I'm going to walk you around some of the features that make it differentiated and distinct within the marketplace, and ultimately define what the benefits are to the different customers that would use a product like this. So I'm going to walk down here. All right, so our high-speed disc has been developed over the last year, tested very rigorously out in the marketplace with a number of key customers that we've worked very closely with throughout the entire development process. A lot of people would probably ask, why would Brandt choose to introduce a high-speed disc into the marketplace, given that there's a number of very established products already out there today? I think the biggest thing, and one of the primary goals that Brandt always sets when introducing a new product, is to be easy to do business with, whether that's at the customer level or at our dealer level. And we want to provide a complete set of products that allows a customer to deal with one company as opposed to 6 companies, a dealer to be able to work with one manufacturer and supplier versus multiple. And by having a comprehensive grain handling and tillage line, it just makes it that much easier for the customer and the dealer to continue to do business with us. From a product perspective, one of the biggest things that we wanted to do to set ourselves apart in the market and to learn from some of the other competitors that have been in the market for a lot longer than us with this product line is to focus on one of the key aspects that we identified by working with customers that really improves the experience of using this product, and that's by focusing on consistent ground engagement throughout the entire design and function of this unit. So I'm going to walk you through a number of features today, but ultimately everything's going to lead back or tie back into that primary benefit, and how by providing more consistent ground engagement in every aspect of this unit, we're going to deliver a better seed bed, better residue management, and ultimately a better experience in getting the job done using this product. So throughout our development process, and like I said, we want to focus on certain key things. One of the primary aspects of our development is focusing on how we're going to make you more productive, provide you longer uptime using the product, and ultimately lower your cost of operation or ownership by owning a Brandt piece of equipment. And that's really reflected throughout the design and development of this high-speed disc. So I'm going to kind of break up how I go through this product by going through each of those 4 categories a little bit. So a little bit about the high-level product line. We do offer 7 unique models ranging from 16 feet working width all the way up to 45. A few of the configurations, this is a 2-section disc just for the narrow transport, getting into tighter spaces depending on how you're going to use it. But be it from our 26-foot up to our 45-foot units, they are 3-section, which are probably the ultimate in ground contouring capabilities. And again, that's important when delivering that consistent ground engagement, maintaining your tillage depth, and providing the optimal seed bed that you're looking to have. So really the key thing with our product line is offering size for every use case, size for every need in the operation, and making sure that it's functional for exactly how you're going to use it. So starting to go through some of the specific features of the disc. One of the key things here that we focused on initially to set ourselves apart in the industry and talking to our customers is adding the ability to height adjust this entire unit when it's in transport. And I'm not talking about tillage depth and adjustment there, but specifically when in transport, the height adjustment. So where we've placed these wheels on the main frame of the cart as opposed to coming off of the back end of the wing section, like some of the competitive units, allows us to actually add height adjustment into the depth control cylinder. So when folded up in working position, we can adjust the height of this in transport up to 12 inches, so a foot tall. So that means it's a lot easier moving this around between farm sites if you have to deal with low overpasses, or specifically if you have to get into sheds or workshops when servicing and maintaining these things, whether you're changing out discs or doing anything on that side of it. And it gives you the ability to go through low overhead door clearances on that. So it's a neat, unique benefit, but kind of driven specifically to transport. One of the key things that came out of how we position the wheels to get that height adjustment, though, is exactly where our wheels align to our primary pivot when folding into transport. We got straight alignment across the unit, and what that does is it gives us a unique balance point from front to back with the entire unit. So when you're in the field and you're going through draws or going up hills, we maintain our balance from front to back, and we effectively transfer the weight from front to back and don't get a dramatic teeter-tottering effect. And what that really results in is the discs maintaining their working depth more consistently. So going back to that consistent ground engagement idea, we're able to keep the disc at the appropriate working depth no matter what your field condition is moving. Whereas some of the other units that we've seen on the market, you can see the discs lift out of the ground and you get that inconsistent seed bed depth at the end of the day going into the spring. Moving on to kind of the next thing, disc spacing and angles. We've kind of aligned with the rest of the industry here. It's a perfect example of what isn't broken, don't fix, and that side of it, and a fact of how high-speed discs work. So really the front gang is all about fracturing and penetrating the soil, breaking it up so that the rear gang can then start to move the residue, bury it with throwing the dirt. So really we kind of arrived at the angle configuration, 14 in the front, with 17 in the rear, aligns with a lot of the industry, and it works extremely well, so there's no reason to change it. But again, it all leads back to what it does to allow for that effective, consistent ground engagement. You mess with the angle too much and you're going to lose that optimal field finish that we're trying to get there. We provide a lot of versatility with your disc configurations. With that, we have some pretty standard U-notch discs and smooth discs that are pretty much available in any unit on the market and that side of it. But it's the ability to kind of pick and configure the disc configuration to match your specific needs, whether you're really focusing on residue management and chopping and working and moving the straw and residue left over, or whether you're really wanting to try and bury and incorporate that. These two discs will kind of give you the flexibility to do that. But we've also introduced a third style of disc, the fluted or sawtooth disc. It's a hybrid between the two of them. It works really well for sizing and incorporating just like a U-notch, but also burying like a smooth to get a little bit of best of both worlds. But the most important thing about the fluted option and adding to the versatility about this unit is the fact that it is a self-sharpening edge. So what that means is you're going to get a longer lifespan, a usable lifespan out of those discs, while it still remains effective for cutting, sizing, and incorporating it on that. So it's an option that we've seen a lot of uptake so far in our early orders, and something a little bit unique that we're doing there. Roller options. So probably the most common roller that you're going to see in Western Canada is our rubber roller. So that's kind of the way this unit's outfitted, and a lot of the ones that we've been pre-selling here already. Really good at moisture conservation, packing, sealing moisture into the ground a little bit when needed, but as well is a really good option when dealing with truly mucky conditions, especially if you're doing wetland reclamation, getting in there. It doesn't build up and pack the unit a lot. It comes with manual scrapers on the side of it. It can be upgraded to a hydraulic unit. I'll touch on that a little bit later here in the talk. We do offer two other roller options, 12-bar cage roller and a spring roller. Both of them are pretty condition unique in the fact that the guys using them a lot of times in corn country and dealing with a lot of clods and clumps in the field. They handle drier conditions a little bit better. The spring rollers will actually handle a bit of moisture, really good for doing a moderate level of packing if required and moisture conservation. In that, they have a little bit more of a tendency to plug up these two styles, obviously, than the rubber roller. But again, just showing the different options here to provide an idea of what the versatility of these machines and how they can be configured specifically to your unique setup. So moving on from productivity and everything that you can do to keep this product in the field and performing when you need to, we're going to focus on features that enhance your uptime. So these are minimal maintenance machines. It's pretty common in the industry these days to see greaseless components being incorporated into our design, but the fact is this entire machine would only have up to 2 grease points per roller. There's no grease points on any of the hinge points or any of the bearings used on any of the discs. So each roller would have 2 end grease points that are easily accessible, designed specifically to be accessible without having to crawl under the machine or get into anything in the muck and the dirt if you had to service it at that point. So on our largest machines with 3 sections, you'd only have 6 grease points. Everything else within the machine is designed to be non-serviceable, so it's all completely sealed. Bearings on each of the discs. Every one of the pins used at the hinge points are induction hardened chrome pins, which is a construction grade material that here at Brandt, given our experience working with construction and forestry equipment on the John Deere side, we've seen very good value and experience with in their reliability. So it's a composite bushing inside of those ICHP pins, and we're really confident in the durability and their ability to stand up to really harsh conditions on that side of things. Oops, skipped ahead there. So going back to another feature that kind of ties back into both our uptime as well as our performance in maintaining that consistent ground engagement is addressing something that we've seen in a lot of other units on the market. We heard a lot of feedback from our customers that we engaged with throughout the development process, and that's the ability to get some unevenness in the field finish when working at certain speeds and certain conditions. These machines inherently weigh a lot. In fact, this machine is about 1,000 pounds per foot, regardless of whether it's the 21-foot machine or the 45-foot machine. And we want to be able to effectively distribute that weight across the entire width of the machine to maintain the downward force and the ground engagement. And we would hear quite often from some of the customers that they would experience a little bit of ridging or a bounce in the machine, and that's something that we had to make sure we addressed in order to maintain that consistent ground engagement. So we went and we incorporated an active wing down pressure system, so it effectively transfers a lot of the weight out of the center of the unit from the frame and middle section of the wings out to the outer edges, and not just relying on the float of the wings from the hydraulic system, but actively putting pressure from the hydraulic system on the wings themselves. And it maintains that downward force to effectively eliminate any chance of hopping or bouncing within the field. And the beauty of that is that we've provided the adjustment controls right here up on the hitch, nice and easy and convenient, so you don't have to get out and crawl around the back of the machine. Just hop out of the tractor and adjust it if you're noticing some of that occur within the field. But oftentimes it's just an adjustment controlled by the tractor itself, and it's a set it and forget it type function. Some of the other things that kind of are Brandt standards that we focus on a lot here in the finer details of all of our tillage products and all of our grain handling products, but you see here, hydraulic jack, just to handle that massive weight of these machines, you want it to keep it from sinking in the ground. Anybody can add a hydraulic jack, but we want to make sure that we're providing a very large footpad, make sure that it doesn't sink if it's stored in soft ground for any length of time, but also focusing on simple things like flaring the edges. So if something were to happen and the jack were dropped or left down when moving it, and you skidded it, it would just slide as opposed to digging and trenching into the ground. Even something as simple as putting in a lockout valve on it, so if you're in field operation, you don't accidentally activate the jack, drop it, and turn this thing into a trencher. Oops. Getting ahead of myself here. Moving around to the backside again, I'm kind of hopping around the entire machine, but keeping things focused here. Common industry standard, nothing that, again, it was one of those if it ain't fixed, don't broke, or if it ain't broke, don't fix it situations, is the independently mounted torsion-based disc arms. So all these discs are allowed to move independently of each other. If you encounter a rock, especially at moving at 10 to 14 miles an hour that these things are usually used at, is you're not going to cause damage to any of the adjacent discs. It's going to be isolated to just the one disc, and it's allowed to freely move out of the way. But again, what that delivers is the consistent ground engagement. Even if you were to hit an obstruction, a rock, or something like that, it's just one disc or maybe two discs that are going to pop out of the ground. You're still getting that even tillage floor from the rest of the working width of the machine. Kind of working into low cost of operation. I mentioned that at the upfront of the presentation here, and what that really means to you is making sure that this unit maintains its value for the entire lifespan that you own it and beyond when you choose to maybe move on from this unit, upgrade into the next version of the Brandt high-speed disc, and look to resell this one. So we want to make sure this thing not only looks good while you're using it, but for maybe the next owner as well. So we really focused on the heavy-duty construction of the entire frame and unit. We know kind of who we're up against in the marketplace and their reputations that are very well established. And they kind of set the stakes for us to come in, and we have to be able to perform at a same, if not better, or hopefully better level of that. So we want to make sure that because we're providing that massive amount of downforce to get that consistent down pressure and consistent ground engagement, that we have a frame and machine that is built to handle the speeds, the conditions, and that operational working weight. So we have a frame that's built to withstand all of that. Some of the biggest things that we do here at Brandt, or unique things that we do here at Brandt within our manufacturing capabilities, is we have our own plate steel processing center that allows us to custom cut and form plate steel in order to make purpose-built frame structures. You'll see it on our grain carts these days, and now you're seeing it all of our tillage product lines as well. That allows us to put the weight, the strength, the reliability that you need where it's needed within the entire frame without sacrificing cost of added material and without sacrificing things like hitch clearance or ground clearance and maintaining your working ideal operational height within the field on that. So this entire frame is 100% robotically welded for total consistency and premium quality on that side of it, but then we know where exactly we need to put the extra strength, and we can build it into the components themselves as opposed to just reinforcing and adding more steel at those critical points. Just waiting for my slides to update there. Okay, so working through some of that, this is another dual purpose feature, is the lateral gang adjust. So it adds to the total cost of operation because it gets you a longer working life out of the discs, but it also helps you maintain that consistent ground engagement to achieve that ideal seed bed that I've talked about quite often here already. So really with just a simple adjustment on the front row of gangs, as these discs begin to reduce in diameter because of the field wear over time, you'll see that the spacing between the discs starts to get larger and larger, and what that can do is result in subsoil ridging, which is obviously not great for your seedbed conditions. So by able to just simply adjust this in half-inch increments over the length of time, as you notice that spacing begins to get greater and greater, we move the discs all over, we close that space up, and we ensure that you're getting that longer life out of these discs before you're in a position where you have to replace them, spend a bit more money. And again, that affects your ability to go and resell it on the market, just get a longer life, higher value out of it over time. A few of the other key things within that you see across all Brandt products is some of the focus that we put on premium components within it. So working from our hose management arm here, just keeps everything nice and neat and tidy, not dropping and digging into the dirt or laying in the dirt, getting your couplers all full of debris and whatnot. We keep it all locked away so that way there's no chance in the field of them falling out if they're not being used in the field, more specifically in transport, obviously. Just working back, we use our powder coat paint across the entire machine, so everything in Brandt Agricultural Products is treated or coated with premium powder coat paint, so increasing your lifetime of the unit, keeping it colorful and vibrant, again affecting maybe your pride of ownership a little bit, but more so even just the ability when you go to resell this, trade it in, whatever the case may be, it's going to maintain that value just purely based on its looks, if nothing else. But it also adds to durability and the ability to withstand some of the harsh conditions that it stands. You won't see it wear the same way that a liquid paint might at that point. Hydraulic steel lines are used throughout the machine. This has become a common standard across all of our tillage lines as well as into our grain handling lines these days. So anywhere we have the opportunity to use a hydraulic steel line, we will put it there, again increasing the durability of the hydraulics, adding to some of the protection of the units, just that way as these things build up with dirt, debris, rocks flying, whatever, these things are moving at high speeds, we want to make sure that we're providing very durable components in that. Looks nice too. So it's one of those things. And then we choose very carefully where we run them. On this smaller machine, there's just this one bank of them. It's a little bit less obvious. On the bigger machines where we have a longer hitch with a longer length of run, we'll actually run those steel lines on the interior of the hitch frame to keep them out of the way, not getting hit with debris coming off the tractor or whatever the case may be there. And then when we run the 3-section wings, we'll actually run the steel lines on top of the main beams here. You may wonder why infield position with the amount of dirt that'll build up on these, why we would choose to put them on top of the beams, but that's very deliberate in the fact that when we fold this into transport, this whole wing section comes vertical before folding forward. They will self-clean. All that debris or majority of that debris will clean out of those hydraulic steel lines, not be caught in it, cleans it off nicely and prevents any potential of cross-field contamination if club root's an issue in your area, anything like that. So we want to make sure we're sensitive and aware of those types of issues. These are dirty machines. We want to make it as easy as possible. I mean, even to the point where we want to make everything as easily clean off if that's a real concern for you with flat surfaces and everywhere we can. So the last thing I want to touch on here going around the machine is some of the options that we add, because value doesn't come with just what we provide out of the box or off out of the factory standard from you, but it's how you can continue to configure this unit to meet your specific needs, make your lives easier, and provide a better experience using our products. So one of the key things that we offer on these units that really sets us apart in the industry was a pretty clever design from our engineering team, is adding in our rear finishing suspensions. So back here on the rear rollers, whether it's the rubber rollers, the cage rollers, or the spring rollers, you have the option to add the suspension to it. And really it's designed to do a very similar job as to what the independent disc torsion arms will do there, is the fact that if you are working through a draw, a trench in the field, if you hit a large rock and one of your discs is going to kick out of the way and has the ability to not affect the other discs beside it, maintain that consistent ground engagement, we want you to have the same experience when something happens to the rear roller. We don't want that roller to lift the discs out of the ground just because it's having to move and remain rigid with the frame. And so that way, again, your discs can stay at that consistent working depth to get that ideal seed bed preparation. But it also takes a lot of stress and shock out of the system. If you were to hit a large rock for some reason or go through a ditch that you weren't really expecting to see in the field at a high speed again, we don't want to transfer that stress onto the frame itself. So the suspension system is going to give you that added durability, that little bit more peace of mind in protecting this unit's resale value again at the end of the day. So big one there. And then I previously mentioned when I was talking about the rubber rollers, but something that we like to kind of set us apart from some of the competitors here is the hydraulic scrapers. So on these rollers, it'll come standard with the manual scrapers, which still are easy. You loosen off a couple nuts on the back clamps, and that whole gang of scrapers will lift out of the way if you're in a plug situation. But why bother going through that experience if you're really trying to get the field done, you're in some nasty conditions, say in late fall before the weather's closing in, why not have the ability to, from in the cab, remove those scrapers out of operation, shake free any debris that you may be causing issues, and go. So we have a hydraulic adjustable scraper on that side of it. The scrapers themselves include a carbide infused weld bead on one edge to add that extra durability. Pretty much everybody these days is going to some type of carbide edge to increase durability, whether that's harrow tines or something like these scrapers. So it only makes sense to add that value to your machine here as well. They are a reversible scraper, so you can flip them around if you do get through that carbide edge and use it on just the standard edge before you have to go through a complete replacement on it. So that's kind of the really high level, though I'm sure I said a lot of words that kind of went through a lot of it real fast there. Gives you a complete overview of how these machines are expected to perform. We've tested them very rigorously with a number of our close customers here over the last year and a half. We're seeing really great results, and we're looking to get these machines out to dealers and have them on lots. Some of them are already out there now, but for this fall we'll have plenty available. So I encourage, if you are interested in this and looking how it compares to some of the competitive units, engage with your dealers, talk to your local Brandt representatives, and get out there and start the conversation. But other than that, I'd like to thank you for taking the time and listening to what I had to say about this product. And I want to just open the floor up to any types of questions that there may be. All right, making my life easy on that side of things. So I think we got a little closing video that we're going to play here, but before that I'd like to invite anybody that's in attendance. We have some complimentary food and beverages here, so feel free to talk to a Brandt representative, get a ticket for something like that, and enjoy yourselves, and thank you for listening to my talk again.
Farming is a competitive business, and you need every advantage you can get if you want to lead the field. The new high-speed disc from Brandt is purpose-built for exceptional durability and productivity to take on challenging conditions with ease for the most effective residue management and seedbed preparation possible. So you get a better field finish and fewer passes to keep you on schedule no matter what comes your way. The Brandt high-speed disc delivers maximum productivity while minimizing your time spent in the field with operating speeds of 10 to 14 miles per hour, allowing you to size residue, create ideal seedbeds, level ruts, and reclaim wetlands significantly faster than any other tillage machine can. Every inch of the high-speed disc has been crafted for optimal performance, right down to the angle and settings of the discs in each row. While the active wing-down pressure system eliminates washboard effect on the subsoil tillage floor by delivering consistent ground engagement at high speeds. And to ensure you get your desired field finish, the high-speed disc is available with a wide range of disc and finishing attachment options to suit any field conditions. To simplify your post-harvest and seed prep seasons, the Brandt high-speed disc is built for durability and to maximize your uptime with minimal maintenance requirements. All hinge points have induction-hardened chrome plate pins and composite bushings with nylon wipers, so your machine will stand up to extreme conditions with exceptional longevity. Features like the sealed disc hubs mean that there is no need to grease the main machine, and the rollers have just 6 easily accessed grease points. The independently mounted discs feature rubber torsion suspension for consistent ground pressure and provide excellent travel to maneuver over obstructions with ease. And an optional rear finishing suspension absorbs the shock load of uneven terrain for improved ground contouring. To provide the best return on your investment, Brandt's high-speed disc is purpose-built with premium components that deliver the dependability and durability you need. With an average weight of nearly 1,000 pounds per foot, not only is it the heavyweight of the industry, it has the downward force and structural rigidity to deliver results you can rely on without compacting the soil, thanks to the large flotation tires. The high-speed disc also benefits from Brandt's unique in-house manufacturing capabilities, delivering a purpose-built and robotically welded machine that excels in precision and quality. For additional clearance, the cart-mounted axle allows the unit to be raised or lowered up to 12 inches during transport. And with features like the lateral gang adjustment, you can move the discs to compensate for blade wear, to reduce the frequency of replacement. To keep your equipment looking newer for longer, the high-speed disc features Brandt's premium powder coat finish to reduce rust and provide long-lasting color. And high-quality hydraulic components provide long-term resale value. With 7 working widths ranging from 16 feet to 45 feet and narrow transport models available, there is a high-speed disc for every farm. When you need agricultural equipment you can rely on, look no further than Brandt. The Brandt high-speed disc delivers the versatility, performance, and reliability you need to lead the field every day. For a list of available options or to request a quote, contact your nearest Brandt dealer or visit brandt.ca today.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation will begin in 5 minutes.
You know, the riders let me play for them for 3 years, and just how to get better on a daily and yearly basis, and I try bringing a lot of that back to the farm. I'm Ben Heenan, and I farm just west of Regina by Grand Coulee. I went to university up in Saskatoon there at the U of S and played for the Huskies for 4 years. After that, I played 4 years of pro football, mainly with the Riders here. For me, I feel like, you know, pro football and especially the CFL, that's just, you know, it was a great experience for me. Taught me a lot. Had a great time and decided it was kind of my time to move on, and since then I've been farming back here with the family. We've had contact a couple of years back, and it's certainly you know, it's not something you ever want to do. Going around a power pole with an air seeder in the springtime, it was you know, unfortunate event, and you know, fortunately everyone around kind of knew enough and knew what to do at that point. So once it happened, you know, no one went anywhere near the tractor. The operator didn't get out. Just immediately we called Sask Power and they took care of it. After the accident, you know, it's something that certainly crosses your mind. You know, you get everything fixed and you know, everything back to normal, and you get seating again, and you certainly reflect back on worst case scenario. I think that's just kind of human nature. So we're always cautious to start with, and even more so since then. There's a lot worse things that could have happened once contact was made, and wouldn't want to see anything, you know, more serious than that, whether it be an injury or a death. I don't think safety is something you take for granted. I think you approach it the same regardless if you're you know, relatively new to dealing with the power lines, or if you're you know, an older farmer that's been around for a long time. I think it's the same degree of safety that that needs to be taken.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation is about to begin.
Welcome back, everyone, to Canada's Farm Show Launchpad, presented by Ag Expert. Thank you for joining us. I hope you had a great lunch. You have some refreshments, grab a cup of coffee, and you're ready to join us for a really fun and exciting afternoon. On the program and online, we had listed for 1 o'clock Karen Proud with Fertilizer Canada, and she is not able to join us, but you are in for a real treat because we have a stand-up guy ready for a presentation over here in the wings. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker, who is here to talk about how to measure your success in 2022. Dan Aberhart, president of Aberhart Ag Solutions, entrepreneur, innovator, all-around stand-up guy. Dan grew up on his family's farm, a now 14,000-acre mixed grain farm here in Saskatchewan, and he later studied agriculture at the University of Saskatchewan. He spent 15 years in marketing, sales, business development, and various leadership roles spanning across the prairies. Along with his dad, Harvey, and brother, Terry, Dan founded Aberhart Ag Solutions in 2015. You should probably ask him about what it's like to work with family. His family has introduced an elemental sulfur product to farmers that is agronomically, logistically, and economically superior. Thanks to a network of partners developed by Dan, BioSol is fast becoming the sustainable fertilizer of choice. A born entrepreneur and a social media guru, Dan has created a very specific branding strategy that has made the company a trusted household name. His videos and podcasts, Growing the Future, are relatable and creative, and I believe you interviewed me one time on the Olds College campus, so that gives you all the credibility that you need. His videos and podcasts are relatable and creative. Please welcome to the stage my good friend, Dan Aberhart. I should also mention that this is a great interactive presentation, and we have prizes. So we're looking for lots of feedback and questions and conversation from the audience, and you will be presented with some prizes for doing so. I'll turn it over to you, Dan.
Thanks, Sherilyn.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Give him.
Sherilyn's going to give me a little bit of a hand with the interactive portion, but thanks so much for having me. I'm very excited to be at Canada's Farm Show. It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yes.
It has been a while. Now, just to define the parameters of my talk today, I really appreciate when there's interaction. And in order to kind of get some interaction going here, we have some prizes. We have some socks, designer socks. You could show them off when you cross your legs at the supper table or whatever. And then barbecue sauce to put on your meat, dip your meat in. And so let's just try a little, can we get the PowerPoint going here? There we go, perfect. So let's just try, I have a little graphic here. Let's just try a little exercise and interaction right off the hop here. So the person or group that cheers the loudest as I roll this graphic is going to, okay. You were already promised the bottle, so you're good. But yeah, let's get the blood flowing here. You guys ready? I'm going to count down. I'm going to hit the clicker. And Sherilyn is going to be the judge of who is the most interactive and the most excited to be here Thursday afternoon at the Canada's Farm Show. You guys ready? Okay, well, yeah, just wait for the cue. Great. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Let's have a big round. Look at this, guys. He's got it. All it took was, oh, there's some good people. How do you choose, Sherilyn? That's how it's going to go, and so any sort of interaction is going to be rewarded handsomely with gifts today. Some of the people asking me if they could heckle. I love it. It's kind of ironic that I had an opportunity to stand in for Karen, who unfortunately could not be here. I'm not going to be speaking in terms of the content for the Fertilizer Institute of Canada, although we are in the fertilizer business, and I will get to that. But the topic of my speech today is actually about happiness and success. Because I take it since you're here, you're in the 1% of the world, of course, but our success is often measured by how we feel internally. And are you really happy? So today might be about your bushels, might be about your acres, might be about your dollars sold, might be about your personal relationships. But I'd ask everybody here, do you feel like a success? Who here feels like a success today and would like to put their hand up and tell us why? Last time I did this, I did have somebody who did feel that way and told us why, and it was perfect. There's no wrong answers, and Sherilyn will bring you a goodie. But okay, can you take him a mic? 'Cause I just want to hear what is that makes you feel successful, sir?
Hey, good afternoon. It's Rick from Harvest Today. We're successful because we're actually here at the Ag Show. We made it across the border.
There you go.
We don't have COVID.
How are we going to measure our success? We're not in a pandemic. Well, are we? Can I say that?
Yes. You can say anything.
I feel like YouTube might be shutting us down right now.
Thank you.
Great. And we should always take those moments to appreciate. I love the new format of the show. We've had tremendous interaction. It's been a while since we've been in person for some bubblies, and it's an amazing thing to be a part of it. But I think chronically, whether you're a farmer, you're an entrepreneur, you know, part of family and the community, it's sometimes hard for us to be a success. And you know who said they didn't feel like a big success? Was Shirley, who's been running the show for 15 years. And let's give a big round of applause. There she is. So I was talking to Shirley ahead of this talk, and I said, this is exactly what my talk's about, because somebody in her network said, you're the most successful person I know, but she didn't feel successful after 15 years of running this show, navigating a pandemic, all that stuff. Can you imagine? So there you go, folks. That's what I'm talking about. And why is this a problem? Because it's baked into our culture right from the Constitution of America. What are we doing? Are we arriving at happiness? Do we get to some magical place where suddenly everything fits into place and we're happy with our progress? It's baked into the cake that in North America we should be concerned with the pursuit of happiness, the endless pursuit of happiness. But what's the problem with that? We have an endless plethora of options. You can take any path that you want to in a free country such as Canada. You can farm the way that you want. You can be in the business that you want. You can work for who you want. But will that make you happy? Our businesses should serve us to make us happy. Your farm should be a source of joy. But I know I grew up on a farming culture, and I'm telling you, it's hard to count those wins. Now, there's two different ways that your brain can work and the two different ways you can think about things I'm going to illustrate for you, and I want you to start contemplating how a simple switch can mean a lot more happiness and joy, which actually leads to productivity and profitability, clear-mindedness. How good are you when you're worn down from making the decisions that you have to make? How many decisions does a farmer have to make in a year? Now, on the left-hand side here, this is the typical thinking, especially the more type A, ambitious, driven individual you are, you're likely never satisfied. That's why you're up at 4 in the morning and down at 11 at night and weekends, right? We're starting out at a point where we have an ideal. We have a vision for our lives, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. Ideals and visions are good. They're meant to illuminate our path ahead. But the problem is when we measure our goals against that ideal, that vision, maybe it's a bigger house, maybe it's a relationship, maybe it's more farmland or better productivity or a line of equipment or whatever it is in agriculture. But we are always looking to an infinitely receding horizon, a landscape that forever retreats. You will never get there, right? And you measure, well, I hit this goal and I hit that goal. How long does that satiate you as a very ambitious individual? Not very long. That's the problem. Some people argue you shouldn't even be setting goals. You shouldn't even set goals because if you don't hit those goals, you're going to be disappointed. And if you hit those goals, you're going to want something different almost immediately. It doesn't satisfy you. So the problem is that you're constantly measuring your success forward. And here's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to suggest that you measure your success backwards. I'm going to measure my success personally through some stories from 30 years ago. Yeah, 30 years ago. Sounds crazy, right? I'm 46, so I can do that. 20 years ago, 10 years ago. And I'm going to measure the progress on who I've become and what I've done against that. And I want to hear from you. I think Sherilyn's going to chip in a little bit on the stories. What you want to be doing is you want your brain to be working like the little graphic here on the right. You want to be having a good ideal, having a vision, but measuring your goals on where you came. Where have you come from? Think about the progress that you've made in a bunch of areas. And that is much more satisfying to do. I'm going to share a bunch of different ideas too about how to go about it. But you think these guys have a perfect day? You know, maybe some years, you know, the amount of people that are going down to the train station is actually going down. But if you look back to the beginning of the ranch when they first started taking people down to the train station, absolutely out of necessity. It's cumulative. That's a lot of folks. Who here is a big Yellowstone fan? Let's give them some sauce. Who wants some sauce for, like, who's the biggest Yellowstone fan here? Those guys take it. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we're going to measure our progress backwards, right? We're going to look back to where we came from and what, you know, how much progress we made. We're going to count our wins. And I'll give you some tools at the end that show you how you can do it. It's tools that we've used in our company. It's tools that we use in Strategic Coach every 90 days to help us feel like we've actually accomplished something, right? And then the other portion of this is to maintain your discipline moving forward. And if you get that rhythm going, then you can make your way through the heavy waves on your ship. So I'm going to start with the story about the farm. A lot of people were asking me at the show very complicated questions about the state of the farm and the crop. Technically, I don't know, except from what I drive by or hear from my brother. I don't farm, and there's a reason. But this house was built in 1975, the same year I was born. You can see the calf barn there. We had dairy at one time. This is a shot of my brother doing some agronomic consulting in the field by Langenburg, Saskatchewan, 1 mile into Saskatchewan on the Manitoba-Saskatchewan border. Terry's the guy who's got a lot of the ideas, a lot of free advice. You know, he's a partner in my company, little brother, taller, handsomer, more rich. I always refer to him as. But a lot of his agronomy is what we base our fertilizer distribution company on. Of course, the patriarch of our lives, Harvey Aberhart, happy Father's Day, all that good stuff. He was here yesterday. Harvey likes to ride his Harley down in Arizona now quite a bit, and still very active on the farm. But 70-some, he's doing very good. I wish he could hear this speech. He's not here today, but he should be counting his wins too. So we're just doing a little bit of a flyover to the actual farm, and you can see things have been updated a little bit since the original photo that I showed you. And on the left-hand side, you have the office that was built a couple years ago. But this 80s by 60 shop is the subject of my story. And when I was in high school, I was 16 years old. This 80 by 60 shop was just a marvel on the farm. It was my dad's, beaming glory. It was a big deal to him. I remember them when they were building it and how excited Dad was. Well, I had a little party when Mom and Dad went to Winnipeg one weekend. And it wasn't actually during the party, although there was some conjecture that that's what took place. But it was in the morning that I wanted to help my buddy get down the lane. He had this Mustang with bald tires, and I had this 4650 in the shop with the 15 or 18 speed, whatever, automatic, the duals and the blade, and I was going to blade the lane. And so we got in and we started her up, checked the dipstick and all that like a good farm boy. But I started pulling out into the yard, and I noticed a little bit of slippage on the duals. And you know how when you put everything away in the equipment shed in the winter like a Lego puzzle, everything's kind of interlocked? Well, it turns out that my father had left the cultivator still hooked up to the 4640, which I didn't know that you needed to cultivate in the winter because I thought the ground was frozen. Well, the cultivator pulled out the entire front of the shop, the wing of the cultivator hooked on the 4240, and when I looked back, there was just like a big pile of wreckage. And so that was 16 years old, and that was me on the farm. And I had to take the walk of shame across the yard when Dad got home, and all he could say was, "How could you do this to me?" My point is, though, 30 years ago, I was a rebellious teen on the farm who didn't think much about anything. Now I have, great advisors around me. I have a lot of support, and I'd like to think I'm matured. So when I measure anytime I'm having a bad day, if I measure my progress against who I was at 16, well, I made progress. Now, I'm thinking everybody has a story like this. Could be wrong, but it's a matter of who would care to tell it and share it with us, who's brave enough and who wants the swag bad enough. But who out there has had a story about something you did that you thought you could never live down, and now you look back and go, wow, I've come a long way? Who here has a story about how far they've come from living down something they never thought they could live down? I was the talk of the town for a while. Let's hear this guy. Let's give this guy a mic. Give him a big round of applause for being brave enough to tell a story.
When Mom and Dad went to my grandma's place in Buchanan, I'm from Yorkton, so in Buchanan, so there's a nice 62 car there that I had brand new, so I thought, oh yeah, okay. Found the keys, so I didn't know how to drive, maybe 10 years old or something. Seen what he was doing and all that, it was a standard. So I tried to drive, and there's a power pole, a guard wire, so I kind of went halfway up on the, and after when Dad got home, I still left it. I just ran and hid in the garage right around the corner there. They looked for about 8 hours for me. Finally, they found me. One thing is, I did get a spanking, but not that bad of one, but I apologize and all that for that. So.
Give this guy a round of applause for sharing his story.
It's great.
I can relate. I mean, I usually wreck things on the farm, and I'm 46, but I think we've all had those moments. But it's funny to think of who you were then, right, and how far you've come, right? My next story is about when I became a salesman for John Deere. And it was a great time in my life. Really enjoyed sales. Got to know a lot of people. But I worked with a fellow, I'm not going to say his name, I don't know if anybody's here, but this is a picture of him lying on the ground at a festival without tipping his beer. He did not tip his beer. So that's pretty epic, but this particular individual and I were both salespeople, and we had very different styles. The other fella, generally speaking, he didn't answer his phone. He's never written a call report in his life. Rarely came on time, but one of the most natural, charismatic people that you'd ever met. His ability to influence people and see the future has actually made him a leader in the industry. But I was juxtaposing my approach to business against his. And the problem that I had was I couldn't public speak. And he was able to share his ideas at a management meeting where I would choke. And the situation was that going back to when I was in high school, I had a clinical fear of public speaking, and I'm not kidding. Now we know a lot more about mental health and panic attacks and anxiety and stuff like that, but at the time, I couldn't understand why I couldn't even read in class. I couldn't understand why my vision got blurry, my hands were sweating, I lost my voice. I would skip class. I ended up making career decisions where I went where I wouldn't have to public speak. I would get like a panic attack on a conference call. But it was that day that I saw how that individual was able to woo a room, speak on a large scale. Look what happened here yesterday. You can have an idea, but if you can't share it with the world, it's like some of the best guitarists out there. You might never hear them, and it's kind of a tragedy. So when I realized that I had to make a change, I did 4 years of Toastmasters. And now, on 24 hours notice, graciously, Jen was able to rope me in to do this. I love having this ability. It's like a superpower for me. It's like being able to walk when I was in a wheelchair. Because I never wanted to suffer that pain of not being able to have my voice being heard and suffer the anxiety. And I'm sure there must be lots of people that can relate to this because public speaking is statistically one of the most terrifying things on planet Earth for most people. So who here has a story? I already had one gentleman that shared, and he did really good with the swag that he got. Who here has had a fear in the past that you've overcome and you've come a very long ways to where you are today? Who's afraid of being called on right now? Brett's going to do it right in the front row here. Let's hear it for Brett. Come on, Brett, you can stand up. And
Oh, I can. So we know each other, and I'll go to the public speaking thing too. When I was 6 years old, grade 1, they said I was doing the speech in front of the whole town of Beachy. So I got out there, and the mic was too high. I went to adjust it, and it fell down and pinched my hand till it was bleeding. So I did my little speech without crying and in severe pain. And I've done the Dale Carnegie thing since, but I had to too. Clinical fear, for sure. Yeah.
Awesome. Look at you now. Big round of applause. I think everybody can relate to the public speaking thing. You can what? Do you have something you want to share too, Sherilyn? Do you have a story? Sherilyn's going to share a story as well. Please
I
do.
have no failures, no. Yeah, well, for me, I have a long-standing career now in the agriculture industry. I grew up on a farm, but unfortunately, I took it for granted, and I had absolutely no desire leaving high school to have anything to do with the family farm. It was mostly out of obligation for me. I didn't know what the big green equipment in the yard was for. My brother and my sister spent all kinds of time riding around in the tractors with my dad and my grandpa, and I was a dancer. I loved volleyball. I loved to be on stage and do a myriad of other things, and I didn't for once think that there was anything in the agriculture industry that would require my skill set. Mostly the facts that I love to debate and argue. I love to travel around the world, and I love to, talk on stage. And no guidance counselor would ever steer you towards being a farmer with that list of criteria. And at the time, I was dating my husband, David, and he was one of those truly lucky people who always knew what he wanted to be when he grew up, and being a farmer was it. And it took me, I got my dream job working as a Latin dance instructor on the beaches of the Turks and Caicos Islands. And I got to meet people from all over the world that would come to my dance class. And they came to dance class one time and asked me if I would, it was after a salsa class one day, and they asked if I would teach them a country line dance. And I didn't even hesitate. I just walked over to my CD player and popped in the Billy Ray Cyrus, and we were doing the Achy Breaky Heart in about 3.5 minutes. And they had a lot of questions for me about why I could do that. And I started sharing with them the stories of my childhood and weddings and graduations and all of the fun times in a small town community hall where you would line dance. And then they started asking me more questions about Saskatchewan and the farm, and I surprised myself about how much I knew about agriculture. And it was at that point in my life that, I realized farmers have a place in the world, and that communicating and answering tough questions from the public was a real job, and that maybe agriculture actually needed me to go back home and start answering questions and sharing fun stories about life on the farm. And I went home with my heart full of pride for where I had come from. My father-in-law was thrilled at the skill set that I was going to be bringing back as a dance instructor. We practice our salsa every morning. But I have grown to be one of the most proud farm girls in the prairies today, and I love nothing more than sharing the good news stories about agriculture and farming, and raising 2 farm daughters that I want to ensure feel like they have a place on the farm too. So that was my big life lesson, Dan.
Very good. Give a big hand of applause to Sherilyn. Is that morning dancing on TikTok?
No.
Oh,
Certainly
Shirley's
not
going to
for
share?
My father-in-law.
I do want to talk. I have.
Perfect.
I
Let's
have
hear
a
from
story.
Shirley. Big round of applause for Shirley.
Thank you. So when I started here 15 years ago, about 2 days in, somebody in HR came and gave me a key to the front door. And I said to her, no, thank you. And she said, how are you going to get in if you come here first? I said, well, I just won't come here first. And she said, well, what if you do? And I said, well, I'll wait in my car. I I don't know, the job just happened to land in my lap, and I thought, well, okay, so I got my key. And here I am 15 years later. I have a key to every facility on this property, and I even have a key to the keg room in Mosaic Stadium. So there, that's a little
How
bit.
far has Shirley come? Give her a big round of applause. Thanks for everything that you did for the show. I mean, who doesn't have a special place for Farm Progress in their heart? And we'll be coming here for many years to come, but Shirley's going to be riding her Harley off into the sunset, much like my father. I have another story for you. So this one is from, I told you a story from 30 years ago and 20 years ago, and I'm going to offer opportunity for everybody to share again if you like. But 10 years ago, I had this itch that I had to scratch to be an entrepreneur. Quit my job at John Deere cold turkey, took a 50% pay cut to become an entrepreneur because I watched this YouTube video with the Hefty brothers talking about how they made $250,000 in the fall tile draining. So I thought, that's the business I will do. And I was fortunate enough to hook up with some really great people in the industry. I took a giant leap. I had no safety net, didn't have a bunch of capital. I just had a dream that I would make it work and I'd become an entrepreneur. And I wasn't going to be an employee all my life. That was really important to me. But what I didn't know, of course, was that I was really living in the gap about getting there. And somehow where I wasn't good enough. And that's what my talk is about, and I hope I remember it when I give these talks to myself too. But like Mike Tyson says, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face. The last decade of being an entrepreneur has been simultaneously some of the biggest growth opportunities, but some of the hardest times of my life for sure. And one example was the day after I signed my partnership agreement, my partner's older brother and nephew were killed in a car accident, and my partner's father almost passed away in that accident as well. And you can imagine, that was basically my first day going to work. And my business partner's business was in his life, and his family's life was changed forever. And that's how my entrepreneurial journey started, 2013, before Aberhart Ag, who, just like people talk to Shirley, well, you guys are a big success. I mean, everybody sees a certain side of it on social media and what we share, but nobody's seen the stuff that's happened behind the scenes that's really difficult some days. Like, you guys would understand running a business as an employee on the farm. So I spent the next 2 years chasing that dream, and I chased it so hard. I would live so much in the gap. I had this vision, this ideal, and it didn't matter what I achieved in that company. It wasn't what I thought I wanted to reach. And we ramped up a company. We had a beautiful pamphlet. We were all across Western Canada running really hard. In the end, I never became a partner. I never became an entrepreneur through that partnership. And I ended up washing out. I ended up failing. And when we started Aberhart Ag, I was just hanging loose. And what I remember the most about some of those times was some of the most fantastic training. This business owner gave me this opportunity to learn about entrepreneurship on his dime. I'll never regret it. What I do regret is I didn't enjoy the journey, which I always have to remind myself. Enjoy the journey. It's such a beautiful thing, all aspects of it. So after 2 years of living in the gap, and I wanted to see the financials, and I wanted to understand business, and I wanted to scale this and scale that, it amounted to bupkis. And as I was looking through photos of that time, I found this photo that I thought was pretty representative of my career at that point. I felt like it had burnt to the ground, but at the same time, it was a beautiful release because I didn't have those expectations. So as you hear that story, who here can relate to that? Who here took a giant leap and didn't? It's like one of those cartoons, you go across the cliff and you go straight down. Who here has a story about trying to do something really big and it never worked? Because I think we all do. It's just who wants the barbecue sauce? We got a guy in the back here. He's going to have a lifetime supply the way he's going. Give him a big round of applause.
I know Dan from about 10, 15 years ago when he tried to sell me a sprayer at my kitchen table. And this is not rehearsed by no means, but I'd sooner sit in a tractor for 16 hours than probably public speak for 1 minute. And till maybe about a year ago, where I maybe got more brave. But first, I'll say I've put in 40 crops, and during that, I did take some risks, and I ventured out into the oil patch, Edson, Alberta. Me and 2 other partners, a cousin and one other person that I didn't know from a hole in the ground, started the business of taking water, oil field water, and spreading it on the land. Well, we made a lot of money in the first 4 months and then lost it all, plus a few $100,000 in the next 6 months. So that was a pretty rude awakening to that farming maybe is not that risky. But anyway, I'll go back to a success story, which 40 crops. I got 2 grown boys that wanted to take over the farm, and we all wanted to make our own decisions, and they started not listening to me about 2 years ago. And I kind of told Dan some of this story already, because I hadn't seen Dan probably maybe once in the last 15 years. And basically, it's just from what I follow him on his podcast and that, I still feel I know him, even though we maybe only met for a half an hour. I don't know. But anyway, so last fall, through these times of grain prices and fertilizer pricing, and I'm making decisions that I don't know if I'm doing it right or wrong no more. And kid says, well, why don't you just rent all the land to us, and we'll take it over from here. And like, that was, my wife had a really hard time with that, and I didn't know what to do. So this was like in November last year, and not 1 month later, I get a job offering, and that's the booth I'm with today, for CLH, to selling farmland. That's 1 month after I'm trying to decide if I should let the kids take this over, and here I am actually public speaking or whatever. And like 6 months ago, well, a year ago, I guess I would have never ever thought I'd be sitting here with a mic in my hand. But that's
better watch out. You're going to be a salesman like me when you grow up.
No, so that's just all timing.
Well, I appreciate that.
This is timing and luck for me. Maybe I could have did well drilling mud if I just had a year difference too, but I lost a shitload of money in a short period of time. And again, timing and luck, and keep trying, doing different things, I guess.
Awesome. Big round of applause for Daryl. Thanks for sharing that. Of course, I'm sure the sprayer I sold you never broke down once, so that's, a feather in my hat too if we're counting wins. But isn't that something? And you know what I found too? Not to get too deep here, but anybody who knows me, I tend to, especially get, around the kitchen table with a few bubblies. But really, I was holding on so tightly to this idea, made me kind of a stressed out person as far as getting there goes. And when Aberhart Ag started, here's a photo of my father taking really the first poop scoop of biosol, if you will. Shouldn't say poop scoop because it's a beautiful thing. But yeah, this was the first scoop of biosol in Saskatchewan in 2015. And we stumbled upon this opportunity of a really unique product, really didn't know any better at the time. I was completely hanging loose. I just washed out of that role. Didn't even have a job. And like you say, Daryl, a couple months later, this whole thing took form. And we started to bring biosol to the market in 2015. And this product has been an incredible journey. We basically started out with a truck and a laptop, and we came to the market with it. We built a network of dealers. The product is really like nothing else out there. It's a blend of compost and elemental sulfur. Because of the variable particle size, we can apply it in high rates on top of the soil surface. And it releases with the same conditions that are conducive to really good crops, which hopefully we're seeing across the part of the provinces where you're from. And it's a biological release, conversion from elemental sulfur to sulfate. So it allows us to put multi-year applications on, 4, 5, 6 years of fertilizer on in one shot at a price point similar to maybe lower amounts of other sources of sulfur, right? So you're getting a lot more bang for your buck. It's working through all your crops. And yeah, when we started out, we were the first folks that use it in Saskatchewan. We hit the 1 million acre mark a couple years back. I think it was 2019. This product has covered millions and millions and millions of acres. and maybe even better, not only growing really good crops, save farmers money, got some peace of mind, got the ammonium sulfate out of the drill, but this is the future of fertilizer. This is the future of fertilizer. It's natural, it's upcycled, it's solving urban people's problems, it's solving problems from the oil field. Compost is sourced from urban sources. It's an oil field byproduct. And this is something that's getting done on a large scale. So that's been an awesome journey. And looking back has helped me realize not every day do I feel like a success doing this business at all. But we have come so far as a company, as a product, as a team. I'm really proud of that, and it's allowed us to do a lot of different things, like be here at the show, mingle with farmers, continue to make networking. Daryl, that's one of the greatest things you're going to find about what you're doing. Is you're going to build relationships with people that will last a very long time. And you become a part of their life. And selling land, like you're doing, would be a pretty personal thing. And helping people, reach that goal is a really good thing. So I'm really proud of that. We just had the honor of being part of the Protein Industries Canada Supercluster project. You can see Brian in the back there. I hope you spoke to him about the fertilizer. Give a big hand for Brian Waddy in the back there. Brian's just excellent. He's been going across the country talking to producers and dealers and getting the product out there. Again, this kind of fertility, I believe, is the future. Low salt index. It's upcycled product. You take a cellulose co-product from AGT, who they joint ventured with, to bind nutrients to that fiber in such a way that it releases when you need it the most. And if you can imagine being that decision maker with a grocery cart, walking down the aisle, what are you looking for? Where are you shopping? Are you shopping in the middle of the store where you've got the processed material that's going to be hard on your gut and your waistline? Or are you shopping in the whole food section where you and your family are going to get excellent source of nutrients and you're going to have less disease and you're going to feel better? And I mean, what we put in our mouths is a huge decision, and we're starting to understand what we put in the soil is a huge decision. And there's long-term implications. So what I love is the analogy of, the cellulose fibers, like the watermelon or the steak or the salmon that you put in your belly. As it digests in your belly or the soil, these nutrients are released in a timely fashion. So that's a very exciting part of fertility. So we're really happy to be part of that. With our company, we had the most amazing opportunity to talk to so many great people over 4 seasons of the podcast. I talked to Cheryl Lynn, heard her thunder, her ability to debate, pontificate. It was a fantastic conversation, and I hope we get a chance to revisit again. Next week, I got the Agtech guys coming on. And the first thing I'm going to ask is, how do I get $100 million to do something with, right? It's been an amazing journey. I've been very thankful, and these are the kinds of things that you have to look at and go, wow. I wish I was Joe Rogan. That's my ideal. Am I ever going to be Joe Rogan? No. But did I make it to season 4? Yes. Have a lot of people enjoyed coming on and listening to it? Yes. Do we get a lot of gratitude about being able to give back and share in network? Innovative people in agriculture? Yes. So it has been a huge win, even though it's been a lot of work and expense. Nobody's paid me to do it yet. And there's a couple people here too that, where did Caitlin Duncan go? She's in the back here. And Jennifer Sandbergen was part of this event. I don't know if we got audio. It wasn't that long ago, just before the pandemic, Ag Rocks from Charity had its first event. And I would love to have more now that society has been resurrected to its former glory, I hope, or better. And we raised $30,000 for 8 or 9 different charities that night. And what really struck me was the charities that people were raising money for were so near and dear to their heart and so unique. I hadn't heard of a lot of them. it was great to know what people were passionate about. But it was musicians in the agriculture industry literally playing live. We had a house band. We had a really great band backing us. We had 8 different musicians that came on and played, including my brother and I got to play. So that was really special. So that's how I'm looking at counting my wins. So I've talked a lot about, some stories from my life and how it's good to look back. But there are actually some tools I'm going to share with you here in my last 10 minutes or so. I might try and make it 5 too, because I want to hear if you guys have any more stories or thoughts about the conversation we're having here today. And I hope you feel like, wow, if I start to think this way, it's actually an equation for happiness, because Nicole's here in the front. She does a fantastic job with the podcast, helping out with Aberhart Ag. She knows how happy of a person I am every day at work, right? No, but the funny part is this is something that I have to work at, and there's actual tools that you can use to help you feel like you have little wins. So one app, it's called Win Streak. You just write in the good the wins that you had that day. And you write in the wins that you're going to expect tomorrow. And the wins for tomorrow will come up. Sometimes you got to get down and dirty and be real with yourself. And it's like, I had enough underwear to get to the end of the week on the road. I don't know if you've ever been on the road. I'm talking to a lot of industry people here. It's Thursday morning. You're like, what? How did past Dan forget to think about present Dan and the underwear situation? This is rude. But counting your wins is a major feature of capturing these little micro feelings of, hey, I'm getting somewhere. The weekly planner. You're writing down, what are your 3 crucial results this week? What are your strategic projects? You don't always have to do the strategic projects yourself. It could be that you're working with somebody else to get them done. But if you keep a lifetime of these kind of notes, you will start to accumulate a feeling of accomplishment, and something that we do at our meetings, something that we do on a regular basis. Every 90 days when we go back to Strategic Coach in Toronto, you literally sit down and write down what happened that quarter. And you know what's crazy is so much more happened in that quarter than you can imagine. If every 90 days you started to count all the good things that you did, it really starts to add up. And if you improve 1% every quarter, you're going to be in a different zip code than if you're not paying attention to your wins. The experience transformer. Whenever there's something that's happened that I felt was a devastating event or a crisis, it often helps to go through what's working and what worked, what is not working and what didn't, and how could I improve, and what actions could I take in that direction. And that helps you synthesize what's happened, process it, come up with an action plan, and move ahead in a way that's highly productive. The 4 C's formula. Hey, I committed to come up here today on short notice. It took a lot of courage to do it. It's not like it was, but it's still a thing. But you develop the capabilities. I've done this speech before. I said yes to another speaking engagement. I had the speech ready to go. That gives me the confidence to move ahead. There's a cycle out there of getting better. It's called the 4 C's, and writing these out and being cognizant of them is powerful. Andy Frisella's Power List, 5 things in a day that you can do that you would do above the whirlwind of everything else that you're facing, that when you check them off, at least you got it done. How many times you get to 4 o'clock and you're like, I didn't get anything done today? This is making a commitment to have a win above anything else. And then I'll tell you, I would love to speak for an hour about this to anybody and everybody. 75 hard. It's a beautiful thing. Jennifer's done it, did it. She's just coming off it. Try doing 5 simple but not easy things for 75 days straight with no cheats, no days off. Follow a diet, no alcohol. Work out twice a day. 1 workout has to be outside. Drink a gallon of water per day. Read 10 pages of a non-fiction entrepreneur book. I don't know if the Western Producer counts or not. But you could read business stuff. I've done that before. Take a progress pitch every day. So that's what I'm saying is count your wins every day. And I'll tell you, through some of the hardest times in business in my life, doing 75 hard, I always had this win every single day. And at times that was all you had because there was really not a lot of other wins. So I really appreciated that. Going to strategic coach early on in my career with the company has been a game changer. I dragged my brother there. We've been going for 6 years, every 90 days to Toronto, with the exception of the pandemic, of course, to do just these kinds of exercises and a whole bunch of others, to get clear on what we want to do, where we're going, count our wins, develop that mindset that will let you get through the really tough times in business and in life. Because everybody knows it gets really hard. And we need that, we need those tools. So I just wanted to give Strategic Coach a shout out for this gap in the gain concept and measuring your success backwards. And I also wanted to tell you guys something that I'm really excited about. Christian Hebert, who's going to be on the stage in just over an hour, and Evan Shout have started a program of coaching for farmers. And I think this is fantastic. Because what more do you need than you come out of the weeds, so to speak, get some clarity, figure out where you're going, set some goals. Don't measure them forward, measure them backwards. Look how far your farm has come. Look how far your business has come. Look how far humankind has come. If you watch the news, it's not very encouraging. But if you read the statistics, on every major metric, war, pestilence, and famine, we are infinitely better than we were 20, 50, 100,000 years ago. Are we not? I feel like that deserves a round of applause. So let's focus not on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but let's focus on life, liberty, and the state of happiness. My name is Dan Eberhardt. You can find us anywhere online, eberhardtfarms.com, growingthefuturepodcast.ca, eberhardtagsolutions.ca, suregrowthsolutions.com, convergencegrowth.com, and it has been an honor to speak to you today. And I would love to hear from any of you here today if you want to share any more stories or anything of that nature, or Sherilyn or anybody from the audience. But it's been a huge honor to speak to you here today at Canada's Farm Show.
A great big round of applause. A great big round of applause for you, Dan. Thank you so much for joining us and being so energetic and interactive with the crowd. And thank you to the crowd, too, for being here and engaging in this discussion. There's more barbecue sauce and socks, but you'll still have to work for it. There's just a few more minutes, and you can come on up to the stage and have a visit with Dan, ask him any questions. I do have a quick question for you, Dan, if you have a minute.
Yep.
It's been really important to me through my farming career to have people that I can look up to and have mentors. And I don't feel like I'm old enough or experienced enough to be a mentor, but I did participate as a mentor in a program, and I learned even more being a mentor than I did from the mentors I've had. So has there been anybody in particular in your life that's been a great mentor, and do you participate in mentor programs as well?
Absolutely, great question. My father's been a big part of my life. Yeah, Dad's been really good.
Cheers for the dads.
But that's one thing that we did really early on, and it took me so much courage to do, is to get a board of advisors. So we have an advisory board, Jeff Carlson, Larry Hillworth, Chris Patterson, and Jared Chambers. And they have been amazing to give us feedback, and it's not always easy to take. You never want to hear anything about your baby, like do this, do that, or anything other than like everything's going good. But you need those people in your life that are objective outside of what's going on to tell you how to navigate the circumstances that we have, because life is complicated, right? Joe Dales from farms.com. He's an amazing guy that I remember coming to the show and he's just like, hey, hook up with me. I want to know how you're doing. Or he'll send me a text. Let's do a Zoom. And just cares about how I'm doing. And there's been many, many others. I've had, learned to take that feedback is a big thing. But I have had the opportunity now to give back when it comes to mentorship. We're part of the Cultivator here, which is like a family. It's so incredible. So my brother and I were fortunate. Well, I think my brother's literally doing some mentoring now. My brother said he's doing some mentoring, so he probably didn't have to come listen to me, realistically. But no, he's doing some mentoring right now at the Cultivator. He couldn't come to this event, and then, I had some young guys too approaching me. They got a media company, and they're asking me for advice, and it's a strange thing. But I also excited about the fact that I've had so many people that help me out. It's on you to pay it forward then. And we have invested in all this tools and infrastructure with this training, where our mindset is very different after 5-6 years. I do want to share that, and that's why I did want to speak today. At first I was like, well, do I want to speak? It's kind of scary. But then I love sharing these concepts, and I genuinely hope that it helps people in their life, because mental health is the #1 reason people don't go to work globally, factually, statistically, now on a daily basis. So we're all dealing with this. I don't care who we are. So having those people around you to keep you going, keep you strong is huge. And yeah, I have some people now I'm trying to help out as well. So it's awesome. I appreciate that.
So also, Dan, you're involved in media and journalism, and you have such a great podcast. One, where do you get your ideas from? But two, where do you get your news sources from? I guess you're a source of information for a lot of us looking, especially in the agriculture industry and all things that are touching that. You cover it. But what do you use in journalism to gather your own information that we've had lots of conversations on this stage this week about confirmation bias and where to get good sources of news. So if you can share with us any tips of sourcing out good news, that would be helpful too.
That's a great question, and I kind of have to think about that. But first of all, when it comes to the podcast, the best shows are always the one where I really let my curiosity guide me. And for example, with Agtech coming on, I'm just like, oh, I want to talk more about those guys. Like, how do you become a venture cap? How do you get to be an angel investor, man? Like, what is the path to being an angel investor? What does it take? How do I get wings? How do you know who to invest in? What's consequences if things don't go well? What's worked for, I have so many questions for that. I just let my curiosity guide me. And so for us to have a conversation again, I'd be really curious. What are you working on with this new format, with this television show? What's your vision? How are things going? Everything that's going on with the show and the different guests you had. You talked to Soilos on that video. That was great. But when it comes to getting information, isn't it tough these days?
Yes, very tough.
Isn't it really tough getting your information? And it's like, you can start with the news, but that's pretty devastating. And frankly, we only get one point of view, don't we? And it's a point of view programmed, I think, for a very specific purpose. It's nothing nefarious. It's just statistically they need to get you to click to stay alive. And that's, but you have to be really careful of that. But I do like reading the news. From there, I go down to Medium, which is actually a blog, it's like Netflix for blogs.
Yep.
I love that.
Okay.
But honestly, I try, that's like icing sugar, granulated sugar. Then you get down to the honey, read a book.
Great advice, actually. Great advice. Well, another big round of applause for our guest speaker today, Dan Aberhart. And they have a booth. Where's your booth that people can
our
find
booth,
you?
What room are we in? The Banner Hall. We're in the Banner Hall. Come say hi yet this afternoon. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Dan. Up next, is Canadian agriculture the next target for the international protest movement? Hold on to your protest signs. At 2 o'clock, we will hear from Tim McMillan to answer that horrible question. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us back here on stage on the launch pad. Up next is Canadian agriculture, the next target for the international protest movement. I sure hope not, but we're going to hear from Tim McMillan. Tim McMillan grew up on a farm here in Saskatchewan near Lloydminster. After earning an economics degree from the University of Victoria, he traveled and worked overseas as an information technology professional. He later returned to the family farm and founded and operated an oil field services company. In 2007, Tim was elected as the Saskatchewan Party MLA for the riding of Lloydminster. He held several strategic cabinet portfolios, including Minister of Energy and Resources and Minister responsible for trade. After his political career, he was appointed President and CEO of the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers and served in that role until this past May. And with a career like that, he has been outside of everything controversial. We're happy to have Tim come here to discuss, is Canada ready if we are the next target for the international protest movement? So get your questions ready. You're going to want to listen to this one. Please welcome Tim McMillan.
Thank you. Perfect. Well, thank you for the introduction, and thank you for joining me for this talk. The last several years, last decade, I've really been pretty close to a lot of the politics and activism around the energy sector. And coming from Saskatchewan and coming from a farm, it's always kind of stood out for me where I start to see signs that agriculture might be next on the block. And in the selection of the title, it was quite deliberate that I'm using agriculture and activism, not environmentalism. And there's going to be a few points through the comments I'm going to make where I specifically highlight that the words matter. And this is one where the activist community tries to brand themselves as environmentalists. I feel I'm an environmentalist. I like to use resources responsibly, and I think most of the people in the industry that I formerly represented, oil and gas, would consider themselves to be environmentalists and environmentally responsible as well. And in looking at agriculture and coming from the oil and gas world where we've done a lot of this in the last few years, I thought it might be helpful to look at a third industry and then work our way into agriculture. And that's because the activist movement, the activist organizations really changed a lot starting in the 1990s. Up till then, it was a fairly, I think, ragtag bunch. It was a lot of hippies and people that were maybe less effective, but definitely passionate. And in the 1990s, it really started to change, that it became far more organized. In their war in the woods with the forestry sector, they learned a lot, and you can watch their tactics change over time. And a lot of the tactics that they figured out in forestry were then used in oil and gas. And I'm starting to see some of those same tactics in the agricultural space as well. So I think it's important that we do just a little bit of history here. So the forestry industry, I think in the early 90s, I wasn't paying attention much at the time, but I have looked back fairly deeply. I think they felt like they were fine. They produce products everybody used. They're the largest industry in British Columbia at that time, big employers in British Columbia. And they thought, you know, there's always been activists. This is no big deal. But like an alcoholic, I think you go through several stages, starting with denial, and then you go into anger, bitterness, fighting, acceptance, and I think we saw that in the forests. One of the tactics early on was a blockade, and we all remember Clayoquot Sound, and they camped out there, and it looked like a lot of fun. But I don't think that the activist community felt that was getting their ultimate objective. So they started to spike trees and do some fairly damaging stuff. And then they shifted to more of a public-focused campaign. And one of the first things there is they dug up a old-growth tree stump and put it on a trailer and would tow it across Canada, putting on events. And I think it was fairly successful for them. It rallied their base, it gave people something to focus on. And it was marginally successful, but where it really got successful is they put it on a boat and they took it over to Europe. And they tapped into something that is extremely powerful. Canadians can fight amongst ourselves, but the second that we have other people looking down on us, we get embarrassed and we want to see change. And we have seen that play out over and over again, where there's campaigns against Canada happening around the world for political benefits for their campaign in Canada. They also realized that a big wood stump may be impressive in scale, it is nowhere near as compelling as a soft, cuddly bear. And the white one is a commodity bear. In British Columbia, it's a genetic variation that gives you white black bears or brown bears. And they are extremely beautiful and compelling. And they started to create a narrative around forestry and these bears. They did it to the point where they needed to accomplish something bigger than any one battle in one valley. So they said, why don't we create a Great Bear Rainforest? And one of their leaders, a lady named Sephora Berman, who is a Canadian, who was integral in that campaign and in the oil and gas campaign, she came up with, and she brags about in her book, she invented the Great Bear Rainforest, and this is it. It's roughly the size of Ireland. Something else they learned is that they're in it for the long haul, that each incremental gain is just a starting position for the next incremental gain. In 2005, the Great Bear Rainforest was the one highlighted on the left. The green, dark green areas were the places where there was a moratorium on logging. And everything else, there was some slightly different restrictions, but it was largely still a working landscape. That changed by 2009. It changed more by 2016. It will change again by 2023 and beyond. That there is no definitive point, as much as the forest industry thought there was and hoped there was. Where the activists got really successful, though, is when they started to go after the public and they started to go after customers. They identified that the forestry industry had some vulnerabilities, and if they went after them, it attacked them where they're weak, not where they're strong. They had campaigns against Rona, against Home Depot, against all the major lumber yards, not just in Canada, but in the US as well. This was at the same time that there were several Canada-US battles going on over softwood lumber, and all of this culminated with just a crushing impact on the forestry sector in Canada and in BC particularly. The timber companies, after they had gone through their 12 steps of acceptance and grieving, they got to the bargaining, and they needed a bargain. They started to negotiate with the forest companies, with the activist community, on what that would look like. How do you take the boot off our throat? And they came up with this concept of the Boreal Forest Agreement, as well as some of the other moratoriums on the Great Bear Rainforest. And by 2010, it was largely signed, and almost immediately it started to fall apart. The signatories from the environmental community, one of them dropped out right away, which was Greenpeace, and started to attack Resolute Forest Products. They then spent the next decade in court trying to enforce an agreement that largely was unenforceable. But by the mid-2000 period, 2005, I think even the activist community realized they've been at it with forestry for over a decade, and they probably didn't have a lot more rope to work with, and it was time to move on. They needed a new target. Canadians were getting impatient with them, and they had built something pretty impressive, and it was time to flex their muscle and see what could they really do with it. So around that mid-2005, they started looking around, and they looked at the oil and gas industry, and the oil and gas industry said, we're fine. We heat people's homes. We deliver the food to their houses with the diesel in the trucks. We haul commodities. We are integral to not just Canada's economy, but the global economy. There's no chance they come after oil and gas. Well, they did. And by 2008, the campaign was initiated. And everything that they had learned in the war in the woods with forestry started to play itself out again. The actors were all the same. This document that I have here, this is a cover sheet of something you can find online. It is the tar sands campaign. It was put together with funding by the Rockefeller's Foundation out of the US. They were banding together a lot of environmental groups that were working collaboratively in the forests on their new project. And if you look at the list of companies here, you have some Americans, the Sierra Club, World Wildlife Fund, Greenpeace, but you have a lot of Canadians in there as well. Pembina Institute, headquartered in Calgary, Forest Ethics, which Sephora Berman, who I mentioned earlier, she still leads them. They have rebranded because they're now not pursuing forest objectives as much as they are oil and gas. They're now called Stand.Earth. If you look at what they're doing on the left here, network of leading US and Canadian NGOs, coordinating campaign structure, Hewlett-Packard Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundations were quarterbacking the fundraising. Also, they supplied a lot of it, but they coordinated others, Pew being another large one. And their initial plan was about $7 million a year. We ultimately have seen that ballooned into the tens of millions of dollars, and if anyone is interested, there's a lot of work done by Vivian Krause on how that funding flows into Canada, how they exploit our charities laws to get US funding, and how they use it for political objectives, which is inconsistent with our elections laws. Their theory was right out of the forestry handbook, raise the negatives. They use that language in forestry, they use it for oil and gas. Raise the costs, stall every pipeline, appeal every project, block roads, slow down and stop infrastructure. Well, we have seen a lot of dead projects from LNG facilities, Northern Gateway Pipeline, Keystone Pipeline, Energy East Pipeline, Tech Mine in the oil sands. Several of the fracking plays in Canada were delayed until they were no longer economic. And enroll decision makers. This here is one that most people don't see, but on this group, if you look at who was leading these organizations at the time they came together in 2008, World Wildlife Federation's CEO was Gerald Butts, who became the principal secretary of Prime Minister Trudeau until he left during the SNC-Lavalin scandal. Several of the other ones, you can find them today working in many agencies in the government of Canada. The picture in the bottom right is a picture of a protest that they had done in London, I believe, where they went to our embassy and built a big brick wall in front of it. Again, creating a spectacle. Short term, they wanted to change the debate. They wanted, in the midterm, a moratorium, and in the long term, a new energy paradigm. They wanted to force wind and solar. They wanted to force the cost of gasoline and diesel fuel to a point where the other alternatives would become economic, and we are largely paying for that now. These are some billboards that they ran in the US. They hinged off of the terror that was going on with the Gulf oil spill to say Canada is got one of its own, trying to embarrass Canada. They brought in a lot of other groups, they built coalitions, and they really were beating Canada and our industry at every turn. In our industry, I think we felt, oh, we're fine. Like we got a great product. We are well liked. We do public polling, and 65% of Canadians support the way we produce oil and gas, and none of that mattered. Even though we knew we had 65% of Canadians that supported us, we didn't know their names. We didn't have their phone numbers or their emails. We couldn't ask them to do anything. Where those groups of activists, they had phone lists and they had bake sales, and they would invite people out and say, wear a goofy looking outfit and hold a flag that says something very negative about Canadian energy. And they would keep people coming out and keep them motivated. They may have had a very small subset of Canadians that supported them, but they got them to do something. Ultimately, we are now at a point where, after a decade and a half of canceled projects, not just in Canada, but in a lot of democratic places around the world, we are in energy scarcity. This here is a bit of a dated graph where it shows the International Energy Agency's demand for oil projected out to 2040. Oil continues to grow, gas grows extremely quickly, and it shows coal falling off because natural gas should be displacing it, as should nuclear and renewables and others. What they have ultimately succeeded in doing with their activism is they have driven up the price of oil and gas to such a point that coal is on the rebound. Coal is again approaching record levels of consumption at a time where we were supposed to be phasing it out. What we've also discovered is that wind and solar is very expensive. Rich democracies like Canada can afford to put in 15, 20, 25%, but it lacks reliability, is extremely expensive, and it isn't there when our largest power needs are. I can go more into some of those dynamics later on if we want, but I do want to get to, so what's next? They've been at the oil and gas industry for about 15 years. There are some signs that their momentum is flagging, that there may not be a lot more to gain there, and the fact that their success is pushing a greater demand for coal is also, I think, forcing them to some harsh realities. So how do they keep their funders and their machines focused? They find a new target. Is it agriculture? I don't know. But here's a few things that I've seen over the last few years that I think are of interest and have made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Food justice. This may not ring a bell for a lot of people, but on the anti-capitalism movement, there is a train of thinking about justice. Social justice is the umbrella term. There's food justice, there's climate justice. It is an indeterminate or undefinable saying, but it usually is followed by stuff that means loss of investment, loss of jobs. In my time at CAP with the oil and gas industry, I would go to the climate summit almost every year. They would have them in exotic places around the world, and the activists from all over the world would fly there and talk about how they wanted to lower demand for oil and gas. This one was in Madrid, Spain. And as I got there, first day, I'm getting my armor on, I'm gonna go there, I'm expecting to see all the nasty signs about oil and gas. And as I come rolling up to the front gate, there's none. The only thing I see at the front gate is people dressed up in farm animal costumes and holding up signs that says things like the quickest way to solve climate change is going to animal-free products. That being a vegan is the best thing you can do. And they're trying to rechannel the climate movement into agriculture. And the one at the bottom is the one that I find most troubling. It says Animal Rebellion. And Extinction Rebellion is one of the most extreme climate groups. They're the ones that shut down and storm airports. They have been outlawed in several countries and cities. They have a wing that is about agriculture. And I don't know if that will pop up too much, but if it does, it's problematic. PETA is one who never wants to be left out. They're also tapping into the climate momentum. Here is 3 ice sculptures of farm animals melting in the sun. Again, they learn to be very visible and evocative. Again, more farm animals, more nasty sayings. Biohazard, meat is a biohazard. All of these are going in the same direction. Another thing that I think is quite problematic is when the forestry fights were happening, we were having a softwood lumber battle with the US. When the big problem on the oil sands happened and the Rockefeller Foundation was funding the tar sands campaign, it's right when the US's shale revolution was happening. And we lost a pile of investment to the US. To be fair, there was an anti-fracking campaign that was kicking off in the US that was at the same time being funded by Russia, who was concerned that the big investment in US shale would drive down their markets in Europe. I find it troubling when I see organizations and companies that start virtue signaling and buying into the agriculture agenda or off corporate agriculture agenda. I've seen A&W with their hormone-free and steroid-free, again, raised without antibiotics. These are intended to scare people into making choices that are uninformed. It isn't to educate the public, it is to scare them and to differentiate themselves from the others that I would expect still have very strong environmental and safety and health standards because we live in a democracy. The non-GMO movement, it feels like it has mellowed, but I still will not buy a product in the grocery store if it has a non-GMO label on it. It is trying to appeal to somebody that is scared and intentionally scared. So it's not just meat, it is also grain that needs to be worried. And then you get into the chemicals that we utilize in our businesses. And this has been an ongoing issue, but one where I think there could be a vulnerability. One of the things that happened in the forest was they found that massive tree, and they would take it to Europe, and people were like godsmacked by, look how big this tree is. For oil and gas, we did it to ourselves. We used to go down to Washington, D.C. as an industry to talk about Canada's potential and that we're your largest oil and gas supplier. Here's what we're doing. You know, we would like more investment in Canadian projects. And as our customers, your policymakers need to know about it. And they took some of those massive truck tires that go on the big oil sands mines, and the scale of it scared people. So we did that one to ourselves. When it comes to agriculture, I have to say, I just walking through the show here, and I know how big agriculture equipment is, but it is even bigger. Are we? Yeah, there we go. And I think it's really neat when we bring people to the farm, you know, you show them all the exciting equipment and they're overwhelmed and awed. That could be a vulnerability where we start to worry that people start to not be able to associate with the food they're eating, and that creates a challenge for us in general. Because ultimately, like oil and gas, we are the best producers in the world. We take care of the land, the water, we try and use less of all of the inputs we can, and we produce it safely for a world that's hungry for energy and food. And if we sit on our hands and hope that we're not the next ones to be the target of this organized, well-funded activist movement, we very well might be. And I ask myself, what do I think the oil and gas industry should have done 15 years ago when this was just kicking off or about to? And often the CEOs that used to sit around my table at CAP would be just angry that somebody had said something that wasn't true and no one was challenging it. And I would ask them, you know, who here, raise your hand if you wrote an opinion editorial in support of the forestry sector in the late 1990s or early 2000s? And it's crickets. If I ask them, and I have asked them, when you're in the grocery store and you see the non-GMO, does that influence your buying decision? And to their credit, a couple of them did raise their hand that they are well aware of what's happening there. So for the agriculture industry, the vulnerabilities are you're diverse. Oil and gas, there's a few really big companies that can help organize a campaign. For agriculture, it is thousands of hardworking family farms that often don't have the same centralized organization to compete with these groups. It only takes one bad actor to have a news story that lingers for years. We have pipelines that were our choke point. You have rail lines. You have processing plants. Fertilizer is another one that, you know, with the shortages of natural gas, it's already reflecting in our customer base on the fertilizer front. So there's a lot of similarities and parallels. There's things that worked against oil and gas that won't for agriculture, but I think it's worth thinking about, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share my experience with you. So happy to answer any questions or...
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Tim. A big round of applause for Tim. And we do have a couple of minutes, so there's microphones on the floor. So if you have any burning questions, please feel free to use the microphone. Tim, it's an incredibly provocative presentation. Leaves me feeling a little bit guilty for sitting here and not running off to do something about it. Is there one piece of advice that you can leave to farmers? There's still that issue of the public trusting us. And so I feel like even though we don't have a celebrity advocate on our behalf at the moment, and you can answer whether or not that would be helpful, farmers are still trusted. Do we have a role to play in this, or is it well beyond what we could hope to influence?
Not at all. And I can say, sitting in the oil and gas seat, I would look enviously at the trust that farmers have in Canada, that you have a very high and well-deserved level of trust. I think one of the things that we did is we built a very big social media organization that we had Canadians voluntarily join. We have about 500,000 Canadians part of the Canadian Energy Citizens Program. So when there is disinformation, we can quickly put out an infographic, or if the environmental activists do something dumb that is untrue, we can flag it for a large group and then they share it broadly. I think that that is something that agriculture could start to do through some of your large organizations. Don't leave anything unchallenged. The A&W example is one where I would love to see A&W come on side as a huge champion for Canadian agriculture. But don't let people say things about you that aren't true go unchallenged.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I remember the first time I saw the A&W commercials where they were talking about antibiotics and steroids. And I remember finishing that commercial and thinking, I just feel so sad for A&W. Because I thought this company is done for. Like, there's just no way that they could survive that kind of misinformation. And then I started thinking about all the small towns that we have in this province and in Western Canada whose only restaurant is an A&W. And I was so sad for the owners of those small restaurants because they weren't going to be there anymore. And that's not the case at all. A&W has flourished because of this, and agriculture has idly sat by and tried to make a few changes unsuccessfully. So thank you for the information and the motivation and the obligation on all of us to participate in this conversation. I have to believe that there's good intentions on both sides. There's corporate money, big bad corporate money on both sides of this argument, and then there's good people. And I think we need to tap into some of the good people and see if we can influence that way. Thank you so much for being here, Tim.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Up next, we have an incredible speaker on an incredible topic. Pat Yuzwa has been a director of the Canada Infrastructure Bank since its inception in 2017. She is also a director of the Fiduciary Trust Company of Canada, chair of the Alternative Funds Advisory Committee for TD Asset Management, and a national director of the Institute of Corporate Directors. Ms. Yuzwa is the former president and CEO of Saskatchewan Power Corporation. She has also held the position of Deputy Minister of Economic Development and Deputy Minister of Energy and Mines for the Government of Saskatchewan. She has been incredibly busy. Ms. Yuzwa has served on numerous boards and has held policy advisory roles, and it's a pleasure to have her here today. Please welcome to the Launchpad stage our next guest, Patricia Yuzwa.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? I think we're on. Welcome to my presentation. Thank you for being here. As I was introduced, I'm Pat Uswa, and I'm Director of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, a role that I've held for almost 5 years. I am here to talk to you about the bank, why we exist, what we're here to do, and in particular, I want to talk to you about the role that we see at the bank in helping meet the infrastructure needs of the agriculture sector. Before I do that, I do want to share with you that I am a Saskatchewan farm girl. I was raised on a family farm in the Nipawin area, and my family still farms there. So I know firsthand how important farming is and how important the agriculture sector is to the economic prosperity of this province, and how important a vibrant farming community or sector is to keeping our communities strong and providing the quality of life that many of us in Saskatchewan have enjoyed. The future of that, I think, depends on making sure we have infrastructure that can support the tremendous opportunities that the agriculture sector has in front of it. So before I get to the opportunities in agriculture, let me tell you a bit about the bank itself. So the bank was created in 2017. It was created as a new tool in the toolkit in Canada to help build infrastructure projects and close the gap that exists in infrastructure in this country. Now, there are a lot of organizations that are involved in planning and financing infrastructure already. They exist at the federal level, the provincial level, the municipal level. So you might ask yourself, why do we need another one? So our role is not to duplicate what other levels of government are doing. In fact, we look at them as partners for what we do. Our role is to bring a different set of solutions. So we are not a granting organization. What we are doing is financing the construction of infrastructure, and we're doing it with public sector partners, but very importantly, our projects also have private sector investment as well. So we are able to leverage private sector investment in infrastructure. We broaden the pool of capital available for infrastructure. We make the pool bigger than it would have been otherwise. That's the role that we play in building infrastructure. When the bank was created, the government allocated $35 billion to the bank to be invested over a period of 10 years. It's a lot of money. We think that it is, has the opportunity to move some very significant investments to bring some transformational change in some key areas and meet infrastructure needs that are very important in Canada. This slide shows you and captures in that circle the bank, who our partners were, how we're approaching our mandate. And I'm not going to go into all of the details here, but I do want to just point out that while we have this pot of money, if you will, to invest, we are focusing our investments in 5 key priority areas. So those areas are public transit, clean power, green infrastructure, broadband, and trade and transportation. We've allocated a significant portion of the $35 billion across each one of these areas, and you can see the numbers there for yourselves. You can also see the type of projects that we're looking to invest in each of these categories. Trade and transportation is where the agriculture sector fits. And we've allocated over the next 10 years to look at investing up to $5 billion in these types of projects. We measure the success of our investments by measuring the outcomes. What are we trying to achieve out of the projects that we invest in? And so we have very clear objectives in each of the areas, and we've listed them here for each of our priority sectors. So we do have, for example, in public transit, we're looking to improve access, ridership to public transit for Canadians. We have outcomes identified in green infrastructure, clean power, And in trade and transport, we're looking at economic impact. How can we increase the volume and value of trade of goods and services that move in this country? The other one I'd point out is broadband. We're looking to connect Canadians digitally. We understand how important that is going forward, and we have initiatives underway to connect communities and households to high-speed internet and broadband. And we think there's opportunities for us to go beyond that and looking at bringing 5G kind of connectivity to communities as well, which I think is important in agriculture if we're actually going to leverage some of the technology that's available to your sector today. Lastly, I'll point out that we also have a focus on closing the gap on Indigenous infrastructure. We all know that there are gaps in infrastructure in Indigenous communities, and we've allocated $1 billion for projects across all 5 of our sectors to help close this gap. So what have we done to date? We started up in 2017. The first year or so, it took some time to build our capacity in our organization. And we've now, in the last year, have started to build some real momentum. So to date, we have invested in projects for a total value of over $21 billion. The bank itself has made financial commitments of $7.6 billion, and our commitments have been matched by private sector investment of $7.7 billion. We've also partnered with public sector partners who have contributed $6 billion to these projects. And there's a breakdown there of the investments and commitments we've made in each of our priority areas. So it's important to us to invest in each of these areas, but it's equally important to the bank that we are addressing infrastructure needs across the country, that we actually have projects from sea to sea to sea in Canada, and we pay particular attention to this when we're looking at not just the projects we have, but also the pipeline of projects that are in the works that might come to the point where we'll be able to invest in them going forward. So you can see here that while we're not in every province of the country, we certainly have projects in every region of the country. So I now want to talk about what we've done that's related specifically to agriculture. Our first investment in the agriculture sector was in Alberta irrigation. It is in the modernization and expansion of irrigation infrastructure in Alberta. We have partnered with the government of Alberta and a number of irrigation districts in Alberta to basically upgrade and modernize and expand the irrigation infrastructure that's available there. We anticipate an expansion in the number of acres that will have access to irrigation, up to 208,000 acres. We will also improve the management of water, which I think will be increasingly important as we start looking at the impacts of climate change. We're going to be able to improve water security and access to water supplies going forward through the modernization that is planned. It's expected that this project will have a substantial impact on the economy of Alberta. When it's completed, we expect that the GDP of Alberta will receive a boost of almost $500 million a year. We're well aware that the government of Saskatchewan also has an irrigation project, a very ambitious one, that it's looking at Lake Diefenbaker. We are certainly very interested in this project, and we're willing and happy to engage with the government of Saskatchewan when it is ready to do so, to see if there might be an opportunity for us to also play a role in the development of this important project. The second project I want to highlight really talks about that important piece of infrastructure that gives you access to markets. Much of what's produced in Western Canada in the agriculture sector really needs to find its way to markets, export markets, to realize the value of that output. And access to the Asia-Pacific part of the world is very, very important. So we're very much involved in looking at, with other federal government agencies, the Asia-Pacific Gateway Transportation Network. So this includes the whole network of ports, rail, highways, intermodal facilities that connect Western Canada to the Asia-Pacific. Specifically, in that whole network, we are focused in immediately on the new Westminster Rail Bridge. And I don't know how many, if any of you know about the bridge itself, but it's a very important piece of infrastructure because it links the Lower Mainland Vancouver to the Asia-Pacific Gateway. It is a rail bridge that was built in 1904. It is owned by the federal government, operated by CN Rail, and it's used by every rail company that brings product from Western Canada to the Port of Vancouver. It is experiencing congestion problems, and it is expected to reach capacity in the next few years. We are using our accelerator fund. We have a set aside money to be able to accelerate the development of projects. We're going to use that to study what the options might be to rehabilitate, replace, and maintain the bridge for the future. And we're doing this with an eye of being able to define what might be a possible investment project for the bank so we can make a long-term commitment to improve the bridge and to improve access to the Port of Vancouver for product leaving Western Canada and going to the Asia Pacific. So what else can the bank do for agriculture? On the horizon, we're well aware of a lot of the changes that are taking place in agriculture. We're aware of the growing demand in the world for plant-based proteins, the opportunity that represents for farmers, for crops to be processed, and for access of different kinds of products to new markets. We're also aware of the increasing interest in biofuels, that you'll take crops like canola, oil-based crops, and use them to be crushed, refined, and processed and used as biofuels, biodiesel in particular. We have a mandate at the bank as part of our trade and transportation priority area to invest in infrastructure that can enable these kinds of developments. We can look at projects that are addressing enabling infrastructure, as I mentioned, but we can go all the way to the point of looking at processing facilities as well. We think this is important, and we think we can play an important role, and we're certainly very interested in engaging with anyone who has a project in this space that we might be able to partner with. We're also going to continue to work to access international markets. We know that access to markets is critically important for the agriculture sector to be able to actually realize on all the great opportunities that are in front of it. So I mentioned the one specific project with the bridge, but we are assessing infrastructure requirements across the whole network, not only within the Port of Vancouver, but the Port of Prince Rupert and other kinds of elements of that whole network that I mentioned before. So how do you work with the CIB? The Canada Infrastructure Bank is looking to focus its efforts on large transformational projects. So we are looking with a target of getting involved in projects with a minimum investment of $100 million. We are looking at projects that have a minimum capital expenditure of $200 million. We have a team. We're headquartered in Toronto, but we have an office in Calgary. I have with me Jody Parmar, who is from our Calgary office, and our team is on the ground in Western Canada talking to partners about potential projects we might be able to get involved with. We also have retained advisors. We have the former Premier Brad Wall, who's with us this afternoon, who currently is with Oslers in Calgary, and Brad works through Oslers as an advisor to the bank to help us identify and accelerate investment projects in Western Canada. I encourage you to think about the bank as a partner. We're here to make a difference. We see tremendous opportunity in agriculture, and we are here willing, able, we're flexible. I think we're quite quick and capable in being able to assess projects, to be able to structure commercial arrangements, to be able to put financing in place and help accelerate the building of infrastructure that we all know is so critically important in this country, both for our economic well-being, but also for our social prosperity. So with that, thank you very much for coming. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I'm going to ask Jody to come up as well, because he has a great understanding of the details of many of the things we're doing, and so I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patricia. Really appreciate it. And yes, there's microphones in the middle of the room, so please, by all means, ask away your burning questions. Patricia, it was a great presentation. I certainly appreciate it. A couple of points that I would note from the list of areas that you mentioned. Broadband. You know, as a farmer, rural broadband has been an issue for me for forever. When people are trying to find my farm, I tell them when their GPS is rerouting, that's exactly where I live. Internet, it's not really just about farmers not being able to watch Netflix, although Game of Thrones was a commitment that I was not allowed to have. All through COVID, our kids were at home and they were trying to access internet and we were trying to access the data. And here we are at Canada's Farm Show, where there is so much innovation and technology that would require broadband access. So thank you for bringing that up. How far are we towards getting some better rural broadband?
Thank you for the question. So we have been focused on bringing access to broadband to fit to communities and households across the country, to bring it up to the standard goal that the federal government has set. So that is
2%?
That's 50 download and 10 uploads.
So that's the beginning. I mean, and we recognize that at the bank, that is the beginning. I think we're starting to engage in a conversation, so where do we go? We need to go beyond that, right? And so how do we do that? So we're focused there as a starting point, but that's not the end point. We certainly see in digital infrastructure as part of the future of the country, and we're just looking at what are the opportunities, how can we play a role, who are the partners who might engage with us, but we certainly do expect to do more in that area.
Well, I certainly appreciate it. I'm waving the flag for some better rural broadband service. It worries me a little because when I hear announcements from the federal government, they often talk about, you know, we want 98% of Canadians to have high-speed internet, which sounds like an amazing number, but coincidentally, only 2% of Canadians are farming today. So I'm just hoping that the 2%, that we can eliminate that 2% and that agriculture, you know, stands a fighting chance of doing some really innovative and creative things on the broadband side. The other note on the list of areas was trade and infrastructure, trade and transportation infrastructure. And that is near and dear to us in the agriculture industry. The Canada West Foundation just put out a great paper about transportation, but one of the highlights for me was that Canada has always been a top 10. In the list of countries that are reliable for trade around the world, Canada has been top 10. And this year we have come out at number 32. And that's kind of a dismal rating, and not enough people are talking about it. So I'm sharing that data everywhere I can go because it really worries me. And there's growth and opportunities, especially here in this province, but Canada has so much to offer, and we're well positioned to do that. But I do worry that we are a decade behind in the infrastructure that would be needed to truly capitalize on the growth opportunities. So can you give us some optimism that we can catch up, if we are playing catch up, or maybe I just woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning and feeling bad about it, but can we catch up? Can we actually expand our infrastructure opportunities to capitalize on this growth and do what we know we can do in this province and in this country?
Okay. Absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons the bank exists is to address infrastructure gaps. And we recognize that as a priority area. We've allocated $5 billion towards that. We're working actively, as I mentioned before, with Transport Canada, Infrastructure Canada, and others to assess the needs on the West Coast and what we need to do to improve and expand access to markets and for commodities, for product to come into Canada and for product to leave Canada as well. So we're on it, we're committed to it, and we're going to see what opportunities are there. We're also active in other ports on the East Coast, again, assessing what opportunities there are, looking at projects and investing there as well. So it is a priority area. I mean, the wealth of our country depends on it, and we are putting lots of resources into it, but we need good projects to invest in. I mean, that's the key, is to be able to identify not just the need, but to actually then have the right partners and investors that can bring forward the projects that we can help finance.
Yeah, it's wonderful to hear that. You know, for me, when I'm trying to teach my kids at home about, you know, what money is about, we think about needs and we think about wants, and then, in my opinion, the infrastructure is the only thing that's going to get us the needs and the wants. So thank you for making agriculture a priority, trade and transportation a huge priority. You heard it here. Thanks so much for your presentation today. We really appreciate it. A big round of applause for our speakers.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have one more speaker of the day. Up next, we have Christian Hebert. He is going to take the stage at 3 o'clock. So you have a quick few minutes to grab. There is a bar over here to my right. If you haven't found that yet, you can grab yourself a nice cold drink and meet us back here at 3 o'clock for our last speaker of the day.
Came in the house and I said to the kids, don't go outside, Grandpa just hit the power line. And I thought, like, is he hurt? Is the line on the tractor? I have my husband Ron. We've been married for 17 years and we've lived in our home here now for 14 years, and we have our daughter Autumn and our son Noah, and we live in the same yard here as his mom and dad. Life out in Admiral is wonderful. We have a great sense of family out here. We have no distractions. We have each other. We go for walks with our pets, enjoy just the outdoors more. It's good. As I was preparing supper, I could hear the tractor running, and the tractor was leaving the yard, and I thought, why is the tractor leaving the yard? I thought, he's going to hit that power line. And all of a sudden I just heard a snap, and my power went out in the house, and I'm like, oh my gosh, he just hit the power. And I said to the kids, don't go outside, Grandpa just hit the power line. At that moment, I was panicked. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know what to do. My first priority was to keep my kids safe, and then to go see him to see if he was safe. And then I said, like, to him, once he opened the cab of the tractor, I said, just stay there until we find out what's going on. I did call SAS Power immediately and let them know what the situation was. And thankful for us, the line did trip the breaker. Staying safe is important to me and my family, because this is our job, this is our living, and to have something tragic happen because we were not educated or aware of what could happen would potentially cause us not to want to. There's going to be a day where you just are in a rush, you're in a hurry. You think, I've done it 100 times before, but look up, be aware, know where your lines are.
At Viterra, we believe in the power of connection. Our world-leading agriculture network connects producers and consumers to supply top-quality food ingredients each and every day. Our team takes great pride in working closely with farmers to help feed the world. It's something we've been doing for over 100 years. And as an industry leader, we're dedicated to playing a critical role in meeting the needs of a growing world. Because together, we're stronger and achieve more.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The presentation is about to begin.
Hello again, and for the last time, welcome back to the Launchpad stage. We are here for our final Ag Talk of Canada's Farm Show with Christian Hebert, fellow farmer of mine here in Saskatchewan. Christian has been described as one of the brightest minds in farming today. He is a grain and oilseed farmer, local guy from Moosomin, Saskatchewan, which should be all the credentials you need. But he was born and raised on the family farm. Christian got his business degree and obtained his CPA with Myers Norris Penny. Here to tell us how to run a successful farming operation, myth versus fact, please welcome Christian Hebert. And he's been running around for 3 days, so we're gonna let him rest on a comfy chair. But there are microphones set up, and he loves the hard questions, so please fire away.
Sherilyn's already bugging me that I'm going to sit down, but I've been walking around this show for a day and a half. Yeah, to be honest, I always hate introductions. I got an 8-year-old daughter that's got a bit of personality, and she came to watch one of my presentations last year and said, "Dad, like, why don't they just tell everybody you're bald and funny?" I said, "Well, you just think I'm funny because you're my daughter." So we just tried to make a fun little presentation on in my time farming and all the mistakes I've made, let alone the ones our families made, and my time at Myers Norris Penny. And we got a consulting company, Maverick Ag. We hear a lot of stories that I would say are myths in agriculture, whether it's in Canada, in the US, or around the world, and kind of thought we'd create some discussion around myths versus facts. Some you'll agree with, some you won't, but that's kind of the whole point is, hopefully we all go home with a couple new ideas and at least areas to have discussions on. I see my team put in how to run a successful farming operation, so I guess they left out the fact that Mother Nature this year gave us about 18 inches of snow and 9 inches of rain in seeding, and normally we're pretty good at 24/7 shifts in seeding, but they failed to mention that I slept 6 nights in the back of my truck because I couldn't get back to take my shift out. So I mean, everyone has a different definition of success, right? My internal one is at some point in time in our life, hopefully we completely control our own calendar and the rest of the world doesn't control it for us. I think if we've got there, we've had some sort of success. So the first one, and we hear a lot about this, the swear words around corporate farming, etc., and bigger is better. And there is a lot of people, I think, that sometimes chase acres. I kind of call it an acre belt buckle, and life will get easier if I have more acres. I'll make more money, etc. But let's be honest, bigger is more complicated. There are points in time, and there are synergies, that it can work. But the real thing we need to strive on is better is better. And I don't care if you're 200 acres. I mean, I've met a couple of vegetable farmers and wineries that have some of the best revenue and lifestyle I've ever seen, and they're operating on 2 or 3 or 4 acres. And I also know some really big, grain farms in Brazil that run millions of acres and run an amazing business because of the education stream, etc., that they do for their employees. But what we would urge people is always focus on better is better and define what your better is. And then if it works and you want to, then there's a reason to expand. Right? And get bigger. But bigger isn't always acres, right? Most of the time, bigger is tied to revenue, it's tied to profit, it's tied to whatever goals you're setting for your family in your area. No different than, if you've ever been to my office, I have a legacy statement hanging on my wall, and our goal, right or wrong, and what we try to do is that generation after generation, we want our land, our financial statements, our community, and the industry to be in a better spot than when that last generation took it over. And we're going to make mistakes and make some things go wrong, and we're going to do some things right, and hopefully at the end of a generation, we've at least trended in the right direction. So I've got a couple different, strategies that we've talked about that I think make things work, and I'll focus more on some of the positive strategies that we've seen work. But, I don't believe that more acres always means more profit, especially at what I would call inopportune sizes. So I mean, personally, I have a pretty big belief in about a 8,000 acre number. It works pretty good in Western Canada. Depending on your area, everyone's a little bit different. For about an 80-foot drill, 1 sprayer, 2 combines, etc., that you can maximize your equipment, as long as you have the right people to maximize it. So on our journey, 4,000, 12,000, 22,000 were really awkward numbers, to the point that our profit per acre and our efficiencies actually went down. But when we're in that multiples of that 7,000-8,000 is when we can really maximize our equipment. We can hire a team in order to utilize all their skill sets and move forward at a better pace, to be honest. The other thing is, multiples will optimize machinery costs. So I used to be able to say I've never bought new equipment, and then last year all of a sudden I actually did a full multiple on the whole farm. But it was really tied to the currency and the fact that used equipment, I don't know if anybody else in the crowd noticed, but used equipment is astronomical if you can even find it. So our used equipment values were higher than we've ever seen. So the spread from used to new is better. But in all my time as an accountant, we used to run net present values on new equipment lots of times, and to be honest, it never worked. I do a lot of work with John Deere, and one of the reasons I do it is I was given a presentation one time, and a lady by the name of Jenny Osa used to run Canada, and I didn't know who she was at the time. She stood up in the crowd, and her question to me was, if you ran a John Deere dealership or worked for John Deere, what would you do different? This is 5 or 6 years ago. I said, well, to be honest, I'd quit trying to bankrupt the farmer by only caring about your market share of new equipment versus the right piece of equipment for that farm. And every farm is different, and what they're trying to accomplish is different, and their mechanical ability is different. So make sure that your strategy works for you, and that new isn't always better. Pretty sure my dad just phoned me today. So of course we have new sprayers this year, first time ever, and I had a sprayer sit most of the day today because it's not nice for spraying out at all today. And he was in Regina picking up parts. So new isn't always better. The other one is around people, and I'll talk about people more in the presentation, but I think as small business owners, and especially in agriculture, we have this real, we need to do everything ourselves attitude. And I mean, we grew up with it. I don't know if anybody else in the crowd has a father in that, let's call it 50 to 80 range, but I mean, they got to where they got to in those years by simply working harder. Like the 80s sucked. And I mean, I only learned the 80s on a spreadsheet, but there was no other thing other than roll up your sleeves, go to work every morning, and hope you came out the other side of it. And in today's world, the numbers are so big, it's a lot about working smarter. we always, I think, need to look to find good people and then build the work. Now, I'm sure I could ask, has anybody ever ran out of work at their farm when you got up in the morning and walked outside? And nobody will put up their hand. There's always work, which means we're always short of people. So I think, it's just a change in strategy, that to continually look for good people, and if you can find them, hire them, and then you'll be able to build your business around it. My last one, on this point is around succession plans. We have a lot of talk about non-farm income and custom work, etc. And I think that's areas where you can really supplement income depending on your farm size. But also, kind of my other discussion there is, in the old days, it was always, we diversified by having grain, cattle, chickens, pigs, whatever the diversification was. And in today's world, there's lots of different ways to diversify, right? You can have a grain farm and a custom work operation, right? You can have two, different types of grain farms that are hitting niche markets, right? And one's hitting a commodity market. So I just urge people to always think that diversification can really help farms, but it's not just always grain and cattle or grain and chickens or whatever it is for everybody, that there's lots of different ways to be kind of fit the better is better mentality. So myth number 2, hopefully there's no John Deere people in the crowd, is that machinery is your most important investment. So I used to hear this lots in the world of agriculture when I was doing accounting. I can remember 2011. I don't know if anybody else was wet in 2011. I used to make fun of people with $1,000 toe straps in 2010, and I had 4 of them in 2011, and I had to buy a gator just to drive them out to the air seeder. So really, what we should be talking about is that labor trumps machinery. Labor is not an investment, or machinery is not an investment. It's an expense, right? Whether it's sitting there or putting hours on it, it's costing you a lot of money, because opportunity cost on what current investment in machinery is, whether it's old or new, is really big. And we cannot get full utilization out of our equipment if we don't have good people. And like I said, I have some more slides on people, because there's always lots of questions on labor. But I mean, if you talk to somebody in the mining or manufacturing industry, because really, as farms, we are just manufacturing plants, right? Food, fuel, fiber, it's really what we manufacture. We export it to the rest of the world. But a mine or manufacturing company would laugh that we have $1 million or $500,000, et cetera, tied up in an equipment line that we only use for 21 days at seeding. And oh, by the way, we actually just turn it on at 5 in the morning and then we shut it off at dark because it's hard to see at night. When they want to run 365 days a year, they might shut down 1 or 2 for cleanups and shutdowns, et cetera. But our investment in equipment and the utilization of it it's all driven by good people. Now, I think we need to start changing the conversation on people, because right now, in a lot of cases, I think people that apply to work on a farm or even look at that job, still, it kind of goes back to the old hired hand days. And I mean, I grew up in it. That's what we called everybody. They're the hired hand. And what was the job description? You should probably do whatever I tell you to do when I tell you to do it, and I'm not going to be that organized at 8 a.m. either. Nobody wants that job. I don't care what industry it's in. Right? So how do we start changing the conversation that farming is a career, right? My theory is that farming should be no different than a trade for our team members and our employees. Now, do we need business people that really enjoy the business to run big farms and run any farm of any size? Absolutely. But how is a farm team member any different than a plumber or an electrician or a welder? Why can't we have level 1, 2, and 3, farm team members, farm hands, whatever we want to term it, of eventually they turn into a journeyman farmer, which I would say is someone that can either run a farm or be working on a farm of which they have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 team members under them. They can manage people to get stuff done underneath them. Now, what are the setbacks of that? I don't really like that slide, so I'll switch it. The setbacks are, we probably need some wage transparency. Because if you're going into the world of electricians, plumbers, welders, there is transparency around how far you are up the education level, what you should get paid. So I mean, I'm going to call a bit of a spade a shovel, is that a lot of the times when I'm working with farmers on the consulting side or dealing with politicians or farm groups, we're always good to say how the government should change or how the industry should change to help us. But at the same time, I think there's days we need to look in the mirror and realize that as an industry, there's areas we need to improve. And one of them is a bit of transparency around what wages are and how you should be a valued team member. So I mean, it's my true belief that really good people in today's world are worth somewhere between $30 and $50 an hour, because a family of 4 needs somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000 to live in. And you can question my math, and your area might be a little different than mine because Nutrien doesn't drop brand new mine shafts 30 miles from your farm, but that's kind of the world we're in. Now, I believe there's kind of 2 different types of team members. There's those team members that we do pay that and we value and they're really good at their job. And then there's ones that we trick ourselves and we pay 15 or 20. And I'm not talking about a high school student you're just training. I realize there's positions for that. I'm saying really good people. There's 15 or 20 and the rest is just buried in inefficiencies and repairs, and we trick ourselves that the wage is $15. So how do we start to separate that and convince really good people to come into our industry? So a few of our ideas, and like I said, we name the speech myths versus facts and how to run a successful farm operation. But I mean, the reason I have a hat on is because none of you would be able to see, and I'm 39 years old, which means I've made a lot of mistakes and lost a lot of hair trying to figure out a few of these things, and we just try to get a little bit better every day. So, some of the stuff we've seen is we have a career progression chart from when you start with us to where you could be able to go, right? And it might start at $15 an hour, and how you could get yourself up to 50, how you could be a junior manager one day and have people underneath you. But parts of that are that not only do you need to grow as a team member, our operation needs to grow. And that could be in acres, that could be that one day we might buy and sell fertilizer, we might have a custom operation. There's a whole bunch of different ways we might grow, but the hardest thing is if we're going to stay exactly the same as we are right now, that means their job's probably going to be really close to exactly the same it is forever. So what is the growth trajectory and the progression of both our team members and our operation? And we communicate it at least on a monthly meeting, more like every 2 weeks, and kind of set education plans for our team members, et cetera, on what they feel they want to try and be better at. Now, one of the easiest tasks we've ever done is if you took a piece of paper and you just wrote A, B, and C tasks across the top, right? Let's pretend that A tasks are things that you really love doing. So does anybody do a lot better job and work faster if you're doing something you love? Everybody, right? Broken shoulders, but everybody. B tasks are things you don't mind doing. You understand that you have to do them for life, right? And they're okay. And C tasks are things that suck, and you don't really want to do them. Would everybody also agree that whether it's in your business or your life, there are some things that just suck? Absolutely, right? I don't really enjoy taking out the garbage, and I'm trying to train my 10-year-old, and he's getting better daily, but it still pisses me off, right? No different than I don't really enjoy shoveling barley, but I really like cashing barley checks, okay? But a task that simple when you have a team, and I don't care if it's 2 people or 15 people, it will really surprise you who's has what tasks in each of those columns. And the more tasks you can get in your team members' A column, I love doing this, the more happy your team's going to be and the more they're going to get done, because they are just people. We do a better job and work harder when we do things we love. So we've had things as simple as, we had one team member that he ran a rock picker in seeding, and he hated it. And then we had one of our office workers. She was like, I hate sitting at a desk 12 months of the year. I would love to run a piece of machinery just for a couple weeks. So all we actually had to do was let one of the office girls go run a rock picker in May, and it made her happier. And then it actually freed up the current person that was in the rock picker, and we trained them to run the sprayer. But I had never asked the office crew if they wanted to run a rock picker. So is that their fault or my fault? Right? I probably didn't create a culture with enough communication for them to really feel comfortable to tell me what they wanted to do and what made them happy. Same thing around those of us, we kind of say we have 2 main jobs for operators. There's those that run equipment and there's those that keep equipment running. And I have some team members that we automatically kind of assume, because we grew up on the farm, that the ultimate spot's to be in the seed or the sprayer or the combine. And I have some team members that think that's too stressful, especially in a seeder. They don't want to be there. But at the same time, they're completely comfortable to run around like an absolute crazy person, 16 hours a day, jumping in and out of semis, treating seed, unloading stuff, pulling tractors out, and they're happy when they go home. They like craziness, but you got to ask, right? And don't just assume because of their education, right? I'm a CPA. I'm a recovering accountant, right? I love business. I'm not an accountant. But if you hired me, you'd automatically assume I should go in the accounting department, and it would be a good slow death for me, right? So we have to have that discussion. A couple other quick things. I think, performance management and bonuses around how they perform themselves and how the company performs. If you want to compete around the world, you have to have benefits and pension, because everywhere else they work is going to have it. Now, do you have to do it yourself, or could you combine with other farms? I think collaboration is a pretty good idea on lots of this stuff. Company perks, I think there's ways, to use trucks, etc. And I mean, some of you will laugh, but a good friend and I, anyways, we bought 2 buses from Ritchie Brothers, Greyhounds. And so I just brought my bus up to get deckled with our farm logo, because we bought it for team events. We were having to use 4 or 5 trucks to take people to team events. That's the only reason we're going to use it. And then I said to team members, you're more than welcome to use it for all your kids' sports. And we only had it for kind of the last month of hockey season. So it went to 4 or 5 team events, whether it was to one of their own games or into the Brandon Wheat Kings or into Regina. And I would say, between myself and my farm manager and our crew, we had 20 to 25 people specifically reach out to say, why do you own a bus? Well, we just own a bus for team events, and we really like to support community sports. Well, can we rent it? No. The only way you can use it is if you work for me. And it's not me being a jerk. The insurance is atrocious if I let anybody drive it that doesn't work for me. But all of a sudden, we just interviewed a guy the other day, and guess what he asked? So if I work here, am I still allowed to use the bus for my daughter's baseball? Never in my life did I think a bus on a farm, one, that I would own it, or 2, that it would be a recruiting strategy. So myth number 3, and I don't know if anybody in here knows Jared Gus, but I stole most of this from him. So at the bottom of Jared's emails, he says, if you run a farm like a business, it can be a really great way of life. And if you run it as a way of life, it's most likely a pretty bad business, right? So that's kind of the myth, is family farms can't be treated like a business. If you treat it like a business, I think it can be a really great way of life, right? The reason all of us love agriculture is what we can instill in kids, that the hard work, the grit, you got to have tenacity, don't ever quit. But at the same time, I think in the new world of agriculture, we have to talk about collaboration. We have to talk about, when you get together to make deals or discuss issues, what's the win-win? And what I mean by that is, I think in the past, not just in agriculture, but in business, everybody wanted to walk away knowing they won the deal and somebody else lost. And I don't think that works long term, right? I think after you shake hands or you have a discussion, you want the next meeting to be even more important than the meeting you just had, because everybody realizes we can work together. And in agriculture and in Saskatchewan in general, I think fierce independence is one of our biggest positives, right? That's how we beat Mother Nature and go through tough times. But the negative is we forget to talk to each other. We forget to collaborate. We forget to get the other side of the story. And then a lot of times we make a lot of assumptions about why somebody's doing what they're doing or trying to make the deal they are, when in fact, if we just sit down and walk through it, probably 90% of the time we're on the same page, and 10% we might have different philosophies, but you can find a middle ground that works for everybody. And I think we have to do that with our businesses. So we got some lists of, different types of business complexities, and, I think as you get larger, you can use process to handle that. Profit, there's always procedures to make sure EBITDA hits the bottom line and where you want it. Growth, I think you need to have advisory teams around you. Surround yourself with smart people to help deal with issues in your business that you can't handle. See, I'm already on too many tangents, Sherilyn. So myth number 4, I do a lot in ag tech and with technology. And don't get me wrong, I am a farmer, and I despise how much some technology costs. It drives me crazy. I also not a big fan in snake oil and jugs, that every single one of them can get me 2 bushels an acre, and yet some reason my canola doesn't run 100 bushels an acre every year. But at the same time, I think technology is really doing some pretty cool things in agriculture. No different than, I could show you my phone right now, and I could, all of our sprayers running, how fast they're going, how much fuel's left, how many acres they've have today, the variable rate maps they've put on, and growth stages of the crop. So there's a lot of good things. So kind of my discussion would be, I think technology has the ability to help you be more profitable and be more efficient. But that doesn't mean we can buy all technologies. And really, the technology we should be using is, how do we get data, which currently most of it's crappy or sits in a binder on the side of our desk and gets dust. How do we take data, become intelligent data? But the next step is to make it something we can actually make a decision off of. We turn our inventory once a year. Walmart turns it 40, 50, 60, 70 times a year. So we better learn a lot when we turn that inventory. So how do we get our data so it starts to come in live daily to help us make better decisions on the farm, right? What do I need to do to grow the best crop? Do I or do I not need to use this herbicide? Do I or do I not need to hire somebody new because we're not being efficient enough? Do I need to buy new equipment or not buy new equipment? Are all data points that we can use. A simple one we have on our farm is we track 16-hour days. So everybody works lots, but I can flat out tell you if a person works more than one 16-hour day in a row, they are ignorant on day 3, right? There is a 100% correlation with 16-hour days and everybody else around you getting stupid. So we track it. It comes to my phone every day in seeding and harvest. We should never have somebody work a 16-hour day, but guess what? When you get 18 inches of snow and 9 inches of rain in May, I'd lie to you. We had lots of them. But then you know the next day and the day after, the team members you got to keep an eye on, preferably put them in a cab so they're not around anybody else, right? But a metric that simple has changed how we farm. So I threw up some technologies, and my point here is that, you know, everyone can talk about the price of equipment or et cetera, but a couple simple ones that don't cost us anything. Voxer is where we do all of our team communication. So it's kind of like WhatsApp. You can use your iPhone, your Android, or your computer to communicate. And the reason I wanted to separate work communication from personal communication is when I leave the stage, so we have our whole team, our sprayer team, et cetera, and there's 2 or 3 teams I'm in charge of. I'll check my phone for what my Voxer notifications are because I have a team of people requiring me to answer that question. I won't look at the 100 mixed text messages I have, and to be honest, my wife, my dad, and my kids are in the top of my text message list, and those are probably the only 4 I'm going to look at anyway, and the other 80 out of 100 I'm not going to answer. But they all used to be intertwined, and I used to miss a lot of important stuff that bottlenecked my team. That's my fault. So we wanted to separate team communication from personal communication, and also my whole team, you know, doesn't need to know when the office GSTs do. The office team does. Right? And my, you know, the team that's not on the sprayers really doesn't want a notification at 4:45 in the morning that the sprayers are running because they're coming in at 7. So it really helps streamline that. Some as simple as T-sheets. So that's our online time clock. It's basically free, ties directly into your QuickBooks. We have a lot of our crew goes directly to the field. They can clock in. It's all GPS located. And yes, to be honest, I'm a bit of a control freak sometimes too. So if you're not going to leave your GPS location on, you don't get paid. Because I have had people clock in Mooseman when they start work when they get to the farm. But little things like that, you can build in synergies in your technology to make life work. Myth number 5. Does this time include my question time too? I'm good? Okay. Myth number 5, weather is our biggest risk. So I think everyone hears lots of stories around Mother Nature is the biggest risk we have. Now don't get me wrong, Mother Nature is really hard to figure out. Right? And I bug my wife, that's why it's Mother Nature. Because I've been with my wife a long time, I still don't have her figured out either. And if she was here, she'd probably not laugh at me. But I don't believe weather's our biggest risk because I think we can plan for weather. There's crop insurance, there's agri-stability, there's private products, there's business interruption. There's a whole bunch of different ways to deal with it. There's equity, there's working capital, right? I think policy and currency are our biggest risks. And to be honest, policy drives currency. As most of us have seen in the last 36 months in North America, policy pretty much completely drives currency. So our used equipment market is driven 100% by policy, because as currency changes our equipment market. Our fertilizer market, does anybody think possibly that Ukraine's slightly affecting our fertilizer market right now? Yeah. We all think, of course, somebody in the world is going to step up and fix Ukraine. I don't know, I think it's 18 months now that the Taliban's still the governing party of Afghanistan, and it never even hit CBC anymore. The one new normal is volatility is normal. And that policy is our biggest risk. And to be honest, I have a pretty large network of farmers, and 98% of us don't care. In fact, we think it's somebody else's job. Whether that be your local municipal politics, your provincial politics, your federal politics, and the bureaucrats that are involved in it. And that's a problem. As policy changes, it is really going to affect your farm. So I was out in Toronto a couple of weeks ago speaking at a Globe and Mail event around sustainability. I don't know if anybody's heard that word in the marketing scheme too much of late, right? And I actually thanked the Globe and Mail and everybody from Toronto that was there listening to say, I really appreciate that it only took agriculture 100 years of talking about sustainability for everyone to start using it in marketing. Could we have the word back? because in no way had they taken the time to actually understand a lot of the good things we're doing. Most of the people in the crowd didn't even know what fertilizer was. They didn't know what soil testing was. They didn't know what 4R strategies were. They didn't know what sectional control and variable rate were. So we went through telling stories around kind of why each of those products fit certain farms, don't fit farms, what we're already doing good. And absolutely, as we get more data, we're going to do things better. No different than we do things different than we did 25 years ago, and they live different in the city than they did. But we're not doing a great job of telling our story. And I'm not saying everybody should tell our story, but we need to start telling the story in the areas that we can tell it. Secondly, we really need to remember that there's going to be global theories and regional strategies. So for instance, it's really tough to have a 6-month cover crop in Saskatchewan when you have 3 feet of snow and 8 feet of frost. But I have friends in Brazil that would not farm anymore if they didn't have cover crops. But we need to be open to all those discussions and how they might work in different spots. Yeah, so I just had a quick slide up of different things that policy can affect. So the last myth, if I don't come to the farm to work, the farm will not survive, right? Properly run farms have a transition and succession plan in place. So anybody in the crowd have a large problem with either 1 delegation or 2 guilt? Jesus, you guys are all perfect. You want to come run my farm? Right? So first of all, 50% of farmers have a hard time delegating anything, so they have to feel they have to do it all themselves. I'm in the other 50%. I'm actually pretty good at delegating, but I feel absolutely horrible if anybody on my team is at the farm working and I'm not. It eats me alive. And then if I go there to help them on a Saturday or Sunday or an evening, it eats me alive that I'm not tucking my 8-year-old daughter into bed. So that's my weakness. So then how do we plan for both of those, right? How do we delegate? How do we trust? And how do we not feel guilty and create a culture that that's okay? And I think, I think it's pretty important that those are things that we work on, or small family farms and family farms in general aren't going to keep moving forward, just like every other small business. Yeah, so as I said, it's pretty small, pretty simple. Thanks for coming out. I'm actually glad that the chairs aren't full because I hope everybody is getting a chance to be in the field. It hasn't been that easy of a year, and as Sherilyn said before, I actually probably enjoy questions better than I enjoy presenting, so feel free to ask.
Thanks so much, Christian. Let's give him a great big round of applause. Yes, the microphones are open, so please don't be shy. You can jump up to the mic. Christian, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about kids, parents to parent. Both of us have kids on the farm.
Yep.
And my youngest the other night at the table, when she was little, we were discussing who was going to run the night shift. And she sat there and she said, God, you guys are so lucky. You don't have a bedtime. So she saw life very differently. My oldest came home from school the other day and she was a bit sad because she said there's some benefits to having a smaller farm that she saw in her class, and that was that those kids that work on the farm, they were the only one responsible for one particular job.
Yep.
So she was our land roller, one of our land rollers this year, but our kids are so busy and our farm operations have to run like a business.
Yep.
That we have employees there to do the jobs when our kids aren't there. And
Yep.
I'm struggling a little bit with trying to incorporate our kids into a farm that has to tick and run at a constant basis. I'm wondering if you have any advice for those of us that are farming that have kids, trying to incorporate those kids, teenagers and younger, to really feel a responsibility and a connection to their family farm.
Yeah, so I mean, I think kids give us a unique perspective on a bunch of things. So one is on the work side, especially with the children that want to be involved, there's highlights to lots of different things. I mean, when we were smaller, I was with my dad all the time. I had to be. It was his only help he had. But I can still remember having the conversation when I was 9 that he was going to quit coaching me hockey because the monster had taken up all his time and he couldn't delegate to get there. And to be honest, it was one of the reasons we decided to get bigger, is I wanted to have a bunch of really good people around so that didn't affect me quite as much. Now, there's years it does still affect it, but I think too, you try to win the benefits in that my team members are the ones that have taught my son how to run the rock picker and run the lawnmower, not me. And to be honest, they're way better at teaching him than I am, because my phone rings 50 times and I have ADHD. So he actually comes home and tells me usually the things I'm doing wrong in those applications, because to be honest, he's better at it than me. I think we also have to do a pretty, you have to set boundaries. So I don't run combines anymore. I'm part of the logistical crew. But my grandma, who we lost this spring, her favorite thing is she spent one day at harvest. So I run combines one day, or I did. Never else. But that one day I always did, right? So I think you can always manage some of that stuff. Sorry about that. The other thing too is I think just to remember what your kids can teach you. So I joke, some of the best lessons I get are coaching hockey. And the reason for that is I was coaching 10-year-olds this year, and it's 3-2, and we just need one forward to go wide with the puck, and we'd score a goal. And I've said it 10,000 times, and they won't do it, right? But the best thing about being a coach is you actually can't put your skates on and go score. You have to figure out a way to teach them. And we're really bad at that in our businesses most times, right? If something goes sideways, we automatically feel we have to jump in and fix the problem, right? So we kind of have a joke at the farm now that I don't like dead cats. That's kind of what we call mistakes. And in a perfect world, when the team member comes to me, there's a dead cat and a shovel. But to be honest, I actually just like to know that there's a funeral and I missed it, right? But I think just to remember time with your kids too, what they can teach you, and have those boundaries of the things that they deem important. We sometimes think of what we thought were important as a kid, and then we try to overlay that on them when it's, my daughter doesn't care much about farming, but she really likes riding with me in the air seater and playing X and O's on the window with erasable markers. That's her memory. So I better make sure I got erasable markers in the tractor.
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, let's touch a little bit about mistakes on the farm.
Yeah.
Mistakes can be really, really costly and also a necessary evil.
Yeah.
We can't learn if we don't make mistakes, but it is really hard as the owners of farm operations and the leaders to accept the mistakes and also to welcome them.
Yep.
I know when my daughter got stuck for the first time, she was too scared to call her dad, so she called me. And her dad has been stuck no less than 8 million times in his farming career.
Yeah.
And we don't want our kids to fear making mistakes. It's a necessary part, but there's also a lot of cost involved. And the fact that they felt scared to call means they really had a vested interest in doing the best job. So how do we balance needing to make mistakes, wanting people to make mistakes, and also not wanting to pay for the mistakes?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple options. One is, it really isn't different than when we were young, that the first mistake's the first mistake, right? But you make the same mistake twice, then we've done something wrong. Now, processes can change that, right? And I do believe technology actually helps a lot with mistakes. Things as simple as prescriptions and auto steer, that's what's let us run 24 hours. But the other part of it is to create a culture where you actually discuss mistakes. So we tend to have breakdown meetings after our heaviest times, where we literally, everybody on the whole team has to put up something that went wrong. The funny part is the next step we do though, is it a process breakdown or a person? Because automatically, especially when you're tired, we point at a person, right? And as leaders, we usually are the worst at it. The funny part is the more and more times we do this, 99% of them is a process. It was one of the main reasons we implemented Voxer, right? We'd have a semi going to the wrong field. Well, why? Well, you told me at 10 o'clock I needed to go to this field. Yeah, but it's 11 o'clock now. All right, I told the other guy, not you, right? So mass communication and really breaking down those mistakes and figuring out, did we have a process breakdown or a people breakdown, right? And in farming, where we only get to seed for 20 or 25 days and harvest for 40, and then you get a big break, it's even more important to, one, have processes, and then two, have some sort of a launch meeting. And I don't care if it's just you and your kid, right? Or you and your spouse, or a team of 10 or 15. We're almost worse with the people that have been around us the long, because we just assume that they can read our minds. And I don't know how that works for everybody else with their spouse, but I'm really bad at it. So we have to communicate and have the processes in place to hopefully prevent as many mistakes as possible.
Thanks so much for being here, Christian. I think he'll be around over here if you have any burning questions that you didn't want to ask us on the microphone. Really appreciate you being here. A great big round of applause for Christian.
Thanks. You bet. See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our programming for Canada's Farm Show on the launch pad here, presented by Ag Expert. Thank you for getting out of the dirt, getting out of the wind, the rain on the first day, and the heat on the last day, and for joining us here for these great speakers. We hope that you have found a great time here at the show, here at the Launchpad, and we're pleased to have you here. It's been wonderful to reconnect with everyone, and we certainly look forward to seeing you next year. You can watch more of me, because I know you're not tired of me yet, on Farm Show TV, and all of our episodes are at canadasfarmshow.com. Also, we have been streaming the presentations and the speakers throughout the last 3 days. If there's a presentation you'd like to share with someone, or there was one that you missed, you can catch it all at canadasfarmshow.com. Thank you again, everyone, for being here. Cheers, and have a great afternoon.